forgot I had these on too. They feel more better than the other ones, even though they're bigger. Less itchy.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you transcribed a story of what might have happened in the famous Lizzie Borden case. We call it Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden. So now, starring Paula Winslow, Virginia Gregg, and Irene Tedrow, here is tonight's suspense play, Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden.
Oh, I see them. These twin silos.
Yeah.
Oh, now, what did I do with my purse?
It was not there before?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
dear, I know I've forgotten something.
Oh, did it? Is it supposed to represent something?
Huh? Oh, yes, just the 2 suitcases. What are you doing with the trunk, expressman? There isn't any trunk, only the 2 bags. I'm only going for a short visit.
It's my trunk, Miss Emma. I'm leaving.
Oh, Maggie.
It's all right, expressman. You can take the trunk out.
Yes, ma'am.
Maggie, you
I
can't.
can't help it. I'm sorry, I really am, but I can't stand it another minute.
Oh, dear. They all leave. They always do. What are we going...
I'm sorry, Miss Emma. I've only stayed this long for your sake. I couldn't bear to leave you alone with her.
Thank you, Maggie.
Now you'll be gone off on your little vacation, and she'll have somebody else in the kitchen maybe before you come back.
Oh, dear, Maggie. What shall we do? What are we going to do?
I can't stand it, Miss Emma. I never feel alone in this house. I'm cleaning about, thinking no evil, and then I get a shiver between my shoulder blades, and I turn around, and there she is, perfectly still, just looking at me, with that look she's had since the trial. More than a body can stand, and I'm leaving.
I know, Maggie. She's always spying. She knows every move I make. I know.
Never a party, no callers, not a friend to drop in of an evening. It's like a house of death.
It is a house of death. I can't stand it any more than you can. That's why I'm going down to Fairhaven. I can't stand being cooped up with her any longer.
Then you know what I mean, Miss Emma.
Have you told her?
No. If you want to know the truth, I was afraid to say anything. Thought I might get my trunk away with your things before she knew.
Where is she?
Upstairs.
Well, you'd better hurry then. Goodbye, Maggie.
Goodbye, Miss. I'm sorry. And don't miss your train.
Oh, I won't. I have a half hour yet. And it isn't as if there wasn't another one soon after, you know.
Well, I know you, Miss Emma. Don't miss them both. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Maggie. Oh, what am I going to do?
Miss Lizzie, Miss Borden is out.
Oh, dear. Why can't they leave us in peace? Oh, now, what did I do with my gloves? Oh, I wonder what time it is. Maggie! Oh, she's gone. Oh, dear. Lizzie will be furious. Oh, who is it? Who is it?
Miss Borden.
Oh, no, you can't come in. My sister won't see you. Please, take your shoe out of the door.
This is the scene of the crime.
Oh, please.
Sports found over there.
Please, my
Blood
sister.
spattered all over the walls. Had them repapered, haven't you?
Oh.
Nice happy pattern, too. Oh, this is the picture, isn't it? The one that had 46 blood spots on it. You're Miss Lizzie Borden, I presume.
Oh, no,
I
I'm
must
not.
say, you're not what I expected. Out west where I come from, when a woman's tough, she's tough. Now, Miss Lizzie,
I
here to
am
get...
not
this
Miss
is the
Lizzie.
gang
I'm Miss Emma.
one from last night.
Oh, the sister. That accounts for it. Well, Miss Emma, this is the anniversary of the 2nd Street murders, isn't it? It's just a year.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of a pleasant young Englishman and his wife who encounter a murderer and a parson. They can't tell which is which, not for the life of them. So now, with Lawrence Dobkin as Edward and Paula Winslow as Joan, here is tonight's suspense play, A Little Matter of Memory.
Some observations on Be Hard by Edward Mansell. I am recording the events of the past several hours in the hope that my observations may in some measure be of assistance to those who must treat that violent, that deranged, that homicidal psychotic which is Barrington Howard. My contact with the case began at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But first I feel I ought to explain the presence of my wife and self in this desolate and remote corner of the moor. On August 1st, I'd suffered a stroke which resulted in a partial paralysis of my left side. For my convalescence, we came to this place, a tiny cottage high on the moors near Buckworth.
Face me.
These moors have been to me a revelation and a delight. Or rather, were so, until 5 o'clock of this afternoon. We'd been off on a tramp and were just returning to the cottage.
Oh, but darling, whatever on earth will you do with all those flowers?
Oh, I don't know. Dry them or something, I suppose. There was a talk on the wireless, something about hang them upside down, so they'll keep forever that way. Although, here, hold them, will you, while I get the lot?
Yes, I've got them.
Although just why anyone wants flowers hanging about upside down beats me, right side up the way they were intended to. What's this? Huh?
Oh, someone's left us a note.
Oh, 2 notes. But who's...
Well, what is it?
Close the door, Joan.
Edward.
Oh, wait. I want to see this other.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, what is it? What do they say?
Well, this first is a threat. Rather violent and obscenely worded.
Oh, let me see.
No, I'd rather you didn't. Here, this second tells the story.
13 South 4th Street.
My dear Mr.
I think
Mansell,
he did call the
in
cops.
view of the news about the man Howard being at large somewhere in these parts, and your being so very isolated, you might welcome a little reinforcement. The police at Buckworth are all busy with cordons and whatever. The man Howard, being really an extremely dangerous maniac, and they haven't anybody to spare. I will look in on you this evening, and if you think it's a good idea, help you do sentry go during the night. It will be a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I hope you will not, under the circumstances, think me intrusive. It's signed George Beale, curate at Buckworth. Edward, what is in that other note?
Well, it's from the signature is Barrington Howard.
The curate says he's a maniac,
Yes,
and he's threatening us.
says he's coming back tonight.
Hey.
To kill us.
But why?
Oh, there are no whys with maniacs.
He's out there somewhere. I'm frightened.
Well, there are the police cordons and this curate chap.
But suppose they don't catch him, or the curate doesn't come.
Now, Joan, look. Look, it's no use our standing here peering out that window. Let us look at this thing sensibly. The best thing we can do is to clear out.
Out? Clear out
But
where?
it's only 6 miles into Buckworth. No reason we shouldn't make it by dark.
But 6 miles over the moor.
Chances are we'll run into the police on the way.
But your heart and your side. You're still limping badly, you know.
Nevertheless, we can make it.
If you say so, dear.
And first, I'll look round. Coast is clear. Let's go. 6 miles. A man in good health could walk it in an hour and a half. A man in good health, which I was not. And with each succeeding step, the dusky pale horizon, violet and smoky in the soft mist of the sinking sun, seemed ever more distant, more inaccessible. The heady musk of the moor grasses and the gorse, these we had delighted in until now, became choking.
Some dude
I could
doing
feel my eyes
parkour
tear,
swiped a
my
bunch of
throat
people's
constrict,
phones.
the heart in my
I
chest
thought it was just a part of the video
thumped and
game.
shuddered with
bike.
painful
No,
limbs
he's
the
just
step I
doing
took.
parkour on his feet.
And then we topped a
Oh,
rise.
yeah, I think you were doing these types of things
Edward!
on bikes.
Look down there. A constable.
Hello there. Hello. Wait there. I'm coming up.
Oh, what luck.
Yes, you see, I told you.
Oh, well, I must say we're glad to see you.
You know, you people really haven't ought to be out here. Oh, you mean about the maniac? Yes, sir. You the folks renting Miss Wofford? That's right. But you see, we found a note from that, what's his name? A note? Yes. And so we thought the best thing would be to try walking it into the village. Don't think you ought to do that, sir. Excuse a suggestion. Why not? Well, between here and the town, there's any number of spots we haven't been able to check as yet. He might be hiding, you know. Oh.
Well, then, what shall we do?
We'll go back to your house. It's a safe place. Well, now, look here. Why don't you walk to the village with us, It's only 3 miles. It shouldn't take long. Well, I would, sir, but I'm due to join the search party over at the Darket Woods. Those are my orders, sir.
Orders?
Tell you what I will do. I'll walk along with you folks back to your cottage so you arrive there safe and sound. Back to the...
Edward?
Very well. As we walked, we told the constable about the letter from the curate, and he gave us background on the man, Barrington Howard. Seems that Howard had been a sort of small-time actor and ex-acrobat. Nothing worse in his police record than a couple of parking offenses. And then one night, out of the blue, he had murdered 5 people. 5 in a single night. And each had received a notification in advance. A short, obscenely worded, threatening note, just like yours.
But didn't they take any precautions?
No, miss. Or at least, not enough. But you know better. And what with the curate coming to help? A good man, the curate. Used to be a commando. Oh, about this man, Howard. How'd you catch him before? Well, that was odd, that was. It was what you might call psychological. He was very clever at disguising himself. Actor. He might have got clean away if it wasn't for this psychological thing. What psychological thing? Well, it was kind of a joke, sir. Some folks, you know, you bring up certain topics, they grab the conversation, and away they go. You follow me?
Oh, yes, I know the type.
That's how Howard was. Compulsive, yes. And on this one topic, he had what they call total recall. Total recall. He could remember everything he'd ever heard or read. Facts, figures, dates. We used to get him on his topic down at the pub just to hear him go. It was sort of a joke, you see. And so after the crime, he was in disguise, but someone touched on his topic. Exactly. He started to talk, gave himself away. We nabbed him.
Well, what was his topic?
Germany. Germany? Mm-hmm. Germany. He had a compulsive total recall about Germany. All about Germany. Well, here we are.
Well, I wish we could persuade you to stay.
Your orders, Mum. Now, just you make sure your shutters are bolted on the inside. Yes. Put a bar across the door. You'll be snug and safe. Mind you keep that door tight till you know who it is that wants in. Oh, don't you worry, officer. We shall. Good night. Good night. With his departure, we barricaded ourselves. This cottage is very old, and built in the days of highway robbers, ideally suited to our situation. We lit the lamp and turned it very low, so that no light would be seen from without. And then we waited. And we waited.
Edward.
Yes.
What's the time?
8:30.
Oh, it goes so slow.
Yes.
What?
I hear something out there.
What?
Do not come over here.
You are listening to A Little Matter of Memory. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. One of the most effective savings programs is Uncle Sam's own, United States Savings Bonds. You will find few other financial investments like U.S. savings bonds for security. Invest regularly every week through payroll savings or bond-a-month plans, where you work or where you bank.
Oh, shoot.
Now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Lawrence Dobkin and Paula Winslow in tonight's production of A Little Matter of Memory, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Crouching there in the dim light of the lamp, we watched the heavy oak door.
Hello in there. Ansel?
Who is it?
George Beale, the curate. You got my note, did you, sir?
Oh, but how do we know it's not a trick?
Got a torch?
Yes.
Stand back from the door and shine it on yourself.
Excellent idea. Can't be too safe, you know.
Just look out through the slit. Ah, yes. And she's got one of those collars on. Clerical. Oh, come in, sir.
Mr. Mansell?
Yes, yes. This is Miss Mansell.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
I'd have got here sooner, but you know, every last person I saw wanted to talk.
So we were a little worried, Dr. Beale. We thought you might have met with some accident.
Accident? Oh, let's not gribble. You mean you thought I might have run into, him?
Date
of birth, 10/14/2002, O2.
Oh, but you're here now. That's what matters.
Yes. Now, let's see. Excellent place you have here. Yes, they really built them in those days.
Would you like some tea, Doctor?
Oh, bother tea, Joan. I have a bottle of scotch in my bag.
Edward.
What's wrong?
Well,
Oh, you mean on my account? Oh, my dear lady.
Oh.
My collar may be clerical, but my throat is British, and at the moment quite dry.
You see, Joan, I've had some glasses, huh? While I find these... here we are.
Yes. Good whiskey, a warm room, pleasant companions, and I'll turn up the lamp a bit if I may.
Oh, yes, do.
Dispel the gloom.
well, here are the glasses.
There's little to fear about making light now, you know. I've got a gun, and I know the three of us should be a proper match for any man, crazy or not, I should say.
Well, then, a toast, eh? To safety in numbers.
I really think we ought to keep clear heads tonight.
Joan's the careful one in our family.
Proper feminine trait. So, here we are.
And I can't tell you how much better I feel now that you're here.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Constable told us that you were in the commandos during the war.
Oh, yes, hardly the sort of thing you'd expect from the village curate. Still, there was a job to be done, you know.
Edward was in the air ministry.
Joan. Desk job. That ticker. Never really got to see it like you chaps. The big do.
Oh, don't be sorry. There are a lot of things I'd give my teeth not to have seen.
Like Dunkirk.
Like Dunkirk. city was it, Dunkirk? It seems so long ago now that... would you like to hear about it?
Here, have another drop.
Don't mind.
Babies, David, Adam, Victor, Ida,
It was 4:45 hours. We rendezvoused with the main force.
Ocean, Nora, Young, Adam. Date of birth 12/22/1971.
We sat there in the now snug little room.
71, he's born in 2002.
He was a superb storyteller. And as he talked, the scenes of the war unrolled smoothly and excitingly and almost hypnotically.
All our way clear. And ahead of us at long last lay the Rhine.
And after a while, what with the scotch in the warm room, I began to lose track of what he was saying. And then with startling clarity, I was wide awake.
Entered Germany on the Cologne Autobahn at 3:45 on the morning of May the 20th, 1945. I remember it as if it were yesterday. It made this first sight of Germany a quite unforgettable impression on me. Of course, when one comes to think of Germany and the fate of Germany, then naturally...
I looked at him as he chattered along. His eyes were glazed, and he spoke with a curious and I knew Jones had petrified. I reached for the scotch bottle. It was still about half full. And as the man bent forward to pick up his glass, I swung. I should have known. I should have seen through him.
Oh, is he dead?
No. He's just out for quickly. Get some rope, belts, anything. We must tie him quickly, John, quickly. I've never tied a man before, and Jones' knowledge of knots is limited to Christmas wrappings. But we used what was at hand.
Next door.
And now,
the guy across the street was the one to
what has become of the real George Beale, curate at Buckland? Heaven only knows. This thing at our feet, bound like some grotesque cocoon in myriad rags and strings, my best Charvet ties about his wrists, Jones' Montrachet nightgown gagging his mouth. What is to become of him is not our affair, but rather that of the physicians who must treat him. And it is to those men, healers of the...
Hello in there! Mansell! Hello!
Beale? Is that you, Beale?
Edward Mansell? Wait, don't open the door.
Beale?
Yes, but hadn't you better take a look at me first?
Oh, not now, man.
Oh.
There.
Oh, we thought you'd been killed or something.
Come right in. No longer any need to fear.
What do you mean, there's no... Great Scott.
Yes, meet Barrington Howard.
It's amazing. How on earth did you do it? Man's a giant.
Oh, matter of luck, I suppose. Really didn't see through the beggar for ever so long.
Hey, look at the collar, too.
Yeah.
Quite an actor, what?
Indeed he was.
I knew he wasn't a curate when he kept reaching for that bottle.
There is a rather strong air in here.
I had to use the bottle to subdue the man. Did he?
Scotch whiskey. Dear me. Now then, let's take a look at these knots.
Well, we did the best we could.
This one's not too good, but we'll just redo it so it's really strong. And look at his legs.
So what's wrong?
You only really tied the ankles. Ought to be careful of the knees, you know.
Oh?
And I'll give you another tip. If you really want to tie a man so he's helpless, fasten his ankles to his wrists. On the back, like this.
Edward, isn't that clever?
I must say.
So, was he armed?
Good Lord.
He had a gun.
And told us, and we forgot. Look in his pocket.
Here we are. Nasty little weapon. The filth. Think what this might have done to your wife, Mansell. Would have blown a hole through her, you could stuff a grapefruit.
Oh, please, old man. She's been through quite a lot, you know.
Sorry, Mansell, but I believe in being realistic. It's quite a gag you've made for him.
Yes. Don't think he'll do much talking until we're ready to take it out.
We used a silk nightgown of mine from Paris.
Splendid. I just want to make sure this bar is in its place. There we are. Yes. Now,
longer anything or anybody to be safe from.
Oh, you never know. What other weapons did you have?
Oh, just the bottle. Oh, I dealt him a good one with the bottle.
Oh, and there's this carving knife.
And the gun, which I have in my pocket. Well, it's really been quite a little adventure, eh, Mansell?
Oh, you should say so.
Yes.
You know, I kept this little record, something of this.
Oh, Mary?
Please.
Yes, well, sir.
Some observations on Bihar boat. I am recording the events of the past several hours in the hope that my observations may in some measure...
All right, David Lincoln Robert, George 87. And David Lincoln Robert, George 87, on a dark colored Ford F-150.
Well, of course, you realize that I'm not much for that sort of reportage.
Oh, no, I think you did splendidly. Splendidly. I wonder who else may read these notes of yours.
First of Tyler, out of Pueblo, on a gray Ford
His eyes are
F-150, expiring 10 of 24.
I never realized. Madmen really do roll their eyes.
Ugly beggar, isn't it?
Yes, I must say.
But about your report, this stuff about Germany, did he really say this?
I wish he'd
Oh, yes.
close his eyes. He's trying to say
But
something.
about Germany, I mean, how could anyone say what was it? When one comes to think of Germany and the fate of Germany, that's posh, that argle-bargle about the Cologne Autobahn.
Oh, yes, let it on rather.
Any fool can see the man is dreadfully confused and misinformed about the organization of the National Socialist Party.
Oh, you mean the
Because
Nazis?
the fact is, the organization of the party was divided into 26 Garn, or districts, which did not in themselves form the various provinces of the German Reich. East Prussia, Greater Berlin, Brandenburg, East March, Pomerania, Silesia, Magdeburg-Anhalt, Hallenbergsburg, Thuringia, Schleswig-Holstein, Weser-Ems, Hanover,
He's got the knife.
He'll help us.
No, that's them. I put them back in the house. They thought I was just putting them back in the yard. And he was screaming the dog's going to get out again. And so I went and just put him back in Gary's house.
Mecklenburg, Lubeck. Tell me, my good Gary, just there on the floor, does this interest you? The division of Bavaria is even more fascinating, you know. Bavaria was divided into 9 gowns. Swabia, Upper Palatinate, Upper Franconia, Middle Franconia, Lower Franconia, Rhine-Palatinate.
Suspense, in which Lawrence Dobkin starred as Edward with Paula Winslow as Joe.
Nobody's going out.
Next week, the story of how perhaps the smallest of items can be the cause of unbelievable terror and hardship. In this case, the lack of a little loose change.
Difference is going to be
Call it
5, 21,
chicken
96, 96.
That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, with music composed by Lucian Morowitz and conducted by Lud Gluskin. James Helbig's story, A Little Matter of Memory, was specially adapted for Suspense by James Cole.
As well as corrective lenses.
Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Joseph Kern, and Richard Heel. Follow the serial adventures of Mr. Keene evening times on the CBS Radio Network.
Johnson's Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Water Repellent Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, Dick LeGrand, Elvia Allman, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in a moment. Recent surveys disclose important news about Johnson's Glow Coat. They show that families with children are among the biggest users of this self-polishing floor wax that is now positively water repellent. Now, it's easy to see why. With children in the house, mud and snow are bound to be tracked in, water and food are bound to be splashed or spilled. Well, that's when you thank your lucky stars for Glow Coat. Just a flick of a cloth whisks mud or moisture off that hard, gleaming surface. Glow Coat stays on, stays bright, even after repeated damp mopping. And here's something else that's big news. Because it's positively water repellent, Glow Coat now lasts up to 4 times longer. That means more for your money in every drop of Glow Coat you buy. Less work, too, because you have to do your floors so much less often. So tomorrow, get Johnson's Glow Coat. Whether you have children or not, you need this water-repellent floor polish for longer-lasting beauty and protection. It's in the familiar Glow Coat package. There's been a great deal of discussion lately, pro and con, about flying saucers. The pro people swear they've seen them. The con people say the pro people are victims of mass hypnotism. And here is one of the con men and his wife, Fibber McGee and Molly.
And furthermore, you show me a guy that claims he's seen a flying saucer, and I'll show you a guy that the whole thing is just a mere pygmy of his imagination.
You don't mean pygmy, dearie. A pygmy's a tiny little human being.
Yeah, well, they claim they've seen them, too. Men from Mars, 23 inches tall with big heads. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's mass hysteria.
Oh, now, I wouldn't dismiss the subject as easily as that, McGee. The paper said this morning that an Army pilot chased one for 20 minutes.
Yeah, but did he catch it? No, sir. Did anybody ever catch one? No, sir. And why not? Because they're an optical derision, that's why.
Look, sweetheart, Army pilots aren't usually hysterical people. Transport flyers must have good eyesight or they wouldn't be flying transport. I'm inclined to think that where there's so much smoke, it can't always be a false alarm.
Okay, Tootsie, okay. You'll see. When they finally catch up with one of them things, you'll see nobody ever will. This stuff is nothing new. Who was it back in 1912 that reported seeing a spaceship from Jupiter flying low and slow over the brewery back in Peoria? Me, that's who.
You?
You betcha. And what did it turn out to be? A baby caterpillar crawling across my sunglasses. Flying saucers. Ta-ta.
All right. I won't argue, lover, but I'm still not convinced.
No, I am. My personal opinion is that anybody that claims he's seen a flying saucer ought to go to a good optimist and get his peepers overhauled. Well, I gotta go downtown. You want to go with me?
Yes, it's a nice day for a walk. What are you going to do downtown?
I gotta look up a good patent lawyer about my new invention.
Oh, invention?
Mm-hmm.
You mean the plastic crosspiece for radio aerials so the neighbors will think you have a television set?
No, this new type of alarm clock. It's got a sponge rubber bell that you can't hear it when it rings on Sunday morning.
You ought to make a small fortune with that.
Yeah.
Very small. I'll get my hat, dearie. Come in.
Well, if it ain't the big pink doctor with the little black bag. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, McGee. Hello, Molly. Going somewhere?
Yes, but I always wear my hat in the house anyway. Then if somebody comes to the door that I don't want to talk to, I can say I'm on my way out. And if it's somebody I like, I can say I just came in.
In this case, we're just going out.
All right, I can take a hint. I'm not as thick-skinned as somebody I know that I could reach out and touch if I hadn't just washed my hands. Can I drop you any place, McGee? Like maybe on the top of your head?
Well, we were just going downtown, Doctor, and you can give us a lift if you like. By the way, you're an educated man, Doctor. What is your opinion of these flying saucers?
Educated man, my clavicle. He's the type of ignoramus that believes anything.
Children, I have been practicing medicine for 30 years.
Practicing is right.
I believe everything and nobody. If hundreds of reputable citizens claim to see strange things in the sky, I'd be the last one to prescribe scoff medicine.
Now, there, McGee. You see, Dr. Gamble is no skeptic.
Oh, he's open-minded, all right. The wind blows right through it. So you believe in this flying saucer mahula, eh, childish?
I didn't say I believed in them.
Oh.
But I don't deny there might be such things.
Huh?
I've never heard a Republican play the Missouri Waltz on a piano either, but that doesn't prove it couldn't happen.
We're on the front burner now.
Yeah, we are. Well, come on, I'll drive you downtown.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Much obliged. And if I see any spaceships on the way, I'll let you know.
Thanks. You ready, Molly?
Let's go, gentlemen.
Flying saucers. Flying saucers. That's pure mob psychiatry. That's what it is. Hysteria. I'll believe in them when I see them. And by George, I'll bet it'll be right.
Heavenly days, look up there. Look, it's a lift.
Hey, Doc, it's coming this way.
My gosh, it's a flying saucer. Look at the tubes and the knobs. Look at it smoke. Right in our own front yard. Yow!
Great Scott, if I hadn't believed this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have seen it.
Stay away. Stay away from it, boys. It might be dangerous. What do you think, Doctor?
I don't know. It's a weird-looking object.
I gotta report this. I'll call Washington. The Hexagon building. You wait here and keep an eye on it. Where's the phone? Hand me the phone. Hello. Hello, operator. Give me along Washington and D.C. distance. I mean, connect me with the Army. Yeah. Hello, Army. This is Fibber McGee in Wistful Vista. A flying saucer just crashed in my front yard. Huh? What say, Army? Rope it off and keep people away from it, eh? Okay, Army. Right. Get some rope, Doc. Get some rope. We gotta rope it off. Keep people away from it. Orders from Washington. I called them.
What'd they say?
They says it's a lot of silly nonsense and don't talk about it to anybody. They said it was probably just my imagination and they're going to rush out and take pictures of it. Oh, boy, a flying saucer. Right in our own front yard.
Billy Mosley Orchestra and the Hot Canary.
And the first time I seen it, it was coming in low over the trees with its rockets shooting out blue flames.
All right, folks, keep moving, keep moving.
I seen it was in trouble, see, and I says to my wife, look, I says, a flying saucer. There's no such, she says, a thing. And I says, don't be, I says, so skeptical, I says. And she says that...
All right, folks, move along, keep moving. And you, Gabby, get off them front steps and run along.
He doesn't have to get off of these steps. He lives here. Don't you, Gabby?
Huh?
I mean, McGee.
You betcha. Now, don't start ordering me around Flatfoot. I'm the fellow that he first seen that flying saucer. I seen it crash, too. It was coming in low over the trees, see, with its rockets shooting blue flames. I seen it was in trouble because...
Yeah, I heard you tell it 12 times already. Hey, you kids, get away from them ropes.
My, I haven't seen such excitement since the lion got loose at the circus and you chased him back into his cage, McGee.
I wasn't chasing him. He grabbed my hamburger, and I was trying to get it back. My gosh, I was... Hey, look at the Boy Scout. Oh, handsome kid in that uniform, ain't he? Hey, Bud, you want to hear about how I seen that flying saucer crash?
Yes, sir, I would.
That's fine, Sonny. I think all you Boy Scouts should know.
Oh, I'm not a Boy Scout, ma'am. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. Retired.
A lieutenant colonel?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm not as young as I look. I'm 20. Can you tell me, sir, did this aircraft have a tapered empennage, and did it appear to be a guided missile rather than a conventional pilot control type? Would you say it was dependent on rocket propulsion or some hitherto unknown gravity-repellent magnetic field type of turbojet power?
Yes.
Tell him, dearie.
Okay. Well, Sir Bud, the first time I seen it, it was coming in low over them trees with its rockets shooting out blue flame. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, how do I know you ain't the agent for some foreign power, Buster? Are them American decorations you're wearing?
Oh, yes, sir. Most of them I got since the war.
Oh?
Spraying fruit trees. This Distinguished Fruit Fly Award with the 6 twigs was for 20 combat missions over an apple orchard in Walla Walla.
Heavenly days, and you got back safely from all of them, huh?
Oh, yes, ma'am. My last mission was pretty tough, though. My wingman crashed into a cider mill and came in at 12 o'clock. Hi. Well, thanks for the information, sir. Good day, ma'am.
Good day, Sonny. I mean, Colonel. Heavenly days. What are they doing now?
Well, let's go over and see, but don't get too close, Tootsie. That thing might be retroactive.
Radioactive. Retroactive means it goes back.
Well, this baby won't go back. Looks like our kitchen stove after I make pancakes. All battered up. Hey, folks, let us through here, please. Let us through. We're the people that seen it crash. Let us through.
Look, Joe, there's that pot-bellied little moron that's been ordering everybody around. He must think he owns this place.
He don't own nothing, the petty larceny little twerp. He'd probably want to charge us 4 bits a head for standing here.
All right, folks, all right. Now, you're all trespassing on my property, you know. Everybody that wants to stay and watch, it'll cost you 2 bits a head.
Now, take it easy, dearie. You can't charge people. Oh, hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Let the man through, folks. Let him through.
Thank you. Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. Hey, here you got a flying saucer here. Is that it over there, that pile of junk metal?
That's it, Junie. Me and Molly and Doc Gamble seen it crash. I first seen it coming in low over the trees, see? Flying low with orange and green lights and 5 little men sticking their heads out of the porthole. It circled the city hall, and then they all bailed out, and the whole...
McGee.
Huh?
They did not.
Well, they must have. There was nobody in it when it hit.
Well, this is very interesting. This is the first real proof we've had of interplanetary travel. Hey, I'm going to ask for a bigger sales territory for Johnson's wax products.
Huh?
Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus. Ah, Venus. That's for me.
Maybe they don't have any linoleum on Mars, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, they won't have any Mars on their linoleum either. They sure won't when I sell them that wonderful Johnson's Water Repellent Glow Coat, the finest protection against mars and scratches and spilled things that money can buy.
Hey, wait a minute, Flash Gordon. You seriously think you could take a spaceship up through the Milky Way to sell Glow Coat?
The Milky Way is the way a lot of linoleum looks after damp mopping, pal. But the Johnson's Water Repellent Glow Coat way leaves no milky-looking streaks, by Jupiter.
That's all very well to sell wax from a spaceship, Mr. Wilcox. But what if you should run into one of those big, what do you call a star with a tail?
Lassie.
Oh, you.
But this is a fascinating idea. Just think. Flying through space, Johnson's star salesman, carrying the Johnson's Water Repellent Glow Coat message through the whole solar system, showing the housewives on thousands of other planets how simply and easily and economically they can protect their wood and linoleum floors against cosmic dust and tracked-in mud from meteor showers with the wax protection that stays on. It stays bright.
It does. Waxy.
Yes, pal.
Mr. Wilcox, what do you seriously think of these flying saucers?
Yeah.
Well, if they really develop them, they'll be great for honeymoon trips.
Yeah?
There's no place to spoon like a saucer.
No place to spoon like a saucer. I don't know what we'd ever do without that boy, but it's a sweet thought to play around with.
Oh, now, McGee, I think he's a very conscientious lad.
Yeah.
You are Comrade McGee?
Yes, we are, sir. I mean, he is. I'm Mrs. McGee, his wife by marriage.
Da.
Hi, Mr. Da.
No, not Da. My name is Sergei Petrovsky. I'm tourist.
Isn't that a Russian name, sir?
Нет, Petrovsky is good American name. You give me loyalty oath, I sign. Then I take plenty pictures flying saucer. You care?
Oh, just as long as you ain't a spy, Bud. You want a story to go with it? Well, sir, I first seen it coming in low over trees at an altitude of 10,000 foot.
Where did you say you were from, sir?
Brooklyn grad. I take pictures. Out of the way, capitalists. Спасибо. I take plenty pictures. Click, 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 click.
Pleasant guy. And them mustaches look so familiar.
Well, McGee, this is quite an exhibit you have here. As mayor of the town in which a real flying saucer was first seen, I would like to say
The
that
first
on this...
time we saw it, Mr. Mayor, it was coming in low over the trees there.
I'll tell it, kiddo, I'll tell it. I've had more practice. It was coming in over them trees, Latrivia, flying low and kind of wild.
Yes. I've heard all about it, McGee. You haven't been exactly reticent about this, you know.
You bet I haven't. Orders, boy. The Army told me not to talk. Security reasons. Top secret.
Big deal. Off the bottom of the deck.
Well, I've always said that if you want to keep flying saucers a secret, there's nothing like sending them across the sky on a clear day to crash in some talkative fellow's front yard with a loud noise.
Mr. Mayor, what do you think of this thing?
Well, it's the first one I've seen, Molly. My nephew is an airline pilot. He chased a flying saucer last week for 20 minutes.
My gosh, did he catch it, Latriv?
No, but he would have if he'd been in his airplane. As it was, he tripped over a horse and fell flat on... Oh, just a moment. What's this?
Hey, look. Soldiers. The Army's taking the flying saucer over. Look, Molly.
Heavenly days. Look at the fancy uniforms. They must all be generals.
Wow.
Hey! Are you His Honor the Mayor? Yes, I'm my honor. I'm his mayor. His Honor. I'm Mayor Latrivia. Is the Army taking over here?
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Mayor. We're the Shriners drill team from Springfield, and we got lost. Did you see a parade go past here?
No, the parade is on 14th Street. 3 blocks west and turn right.
Oh, thanks very much. Hey! Hard! Hey! Forward! Hard!
The King's Men, music.
Music, music, play that music. Don't let the music stop. Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, music, music. I'd do anything for you, anything you'd want me to. All I want is kissing you and music, music, music. Closer, my dear, and closer. The nicest part of any melody is when you're dancing close to me. So put another nickel in that pretty Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, 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 music. Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. Keep dancing till the melody is done. Oh, baby, ain't we got a lot of fun with music, music, music. I'd do anything that you would ever want me to, as long as I can dance around with you. 'Cause all I ever want is kissing you and music, music, music. Closer, my dear, and closer. The nicest part of any melody is. So put another nickel in, put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All I want is loving you and music, 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 music.
All right, move back there, please, folks. Don't touch the flying saucer.
Who's that smart Alec? I don't see no uniform on
Oh,
him.
he lives here. He's the one who saw it crash. His name is McSpeed, Flabber McSpeed. And I was talking.
Now stand back, bud. Don't touch the flying saucer. Security rules, you know. Now stand back.
Oh, McGee,
Huh?
here's a lady wants to see you.
Oh.
This is my husband, Miss Dendron.
Oh, I'm so happy to know you, Mr. McGee.
Oh, thanks, sis. What'd you say your name was?
Dendron, Mr. McGee. Rhododendron. Of the Wistful Vista Peony and Petunia Club.
Oh.
The girls have asked me to interview you for our club paper, the Petunia Planter.
Isn't that nice, dearie?
Oh, you mean on account of finding the saucer, huh? The Petunia planter, eh? Well, you can tell your readers, sis, that I was well known as a planter myself at one time.
Really, Mr. McGee? Let me make some notes. Oh, this will just thrill the girls. What did you plant, Mr. McGee?
Corn, mostly.
No. I had charge at one time of my Aunt Rose's raisin ranch, and we raised more real raisins than any raisin ranch has raised in recent years.
Oh, dear.
Raisins. Oh, my, let me write this down, every word of it. Our readers will just
Well,
love
sis, Aunt Rose's raisin ranch raised such good raisins that we started raising raisin prices. And the raisin prices of Rose's ranch raised raisins raised holy heck with the other raisin ranchers. I watched the raisin market for recent rises in raisin rates, and by the time the rates for real ranch raised raisins was rose right, all the raisins we raised was rotted right on Rose's ranch. So, between raisin raisins and raisin ranchers and raisin rakes and rotten raisins, we plowed the whole thing up and planted tulips. Did you get that, sis? Did you write it down?
But I broke the point on my pencil. Would you mind repeating that for our...
Excuse me, sis. I gotta go speak to a man over here.
Yes, pardon us, Miss Petunia.
Hey, Bud, you in the uniform, with the scrambled eggs on the shoulder and the gravy on your sleeve. You looking for me?
Are you McGee?
Yes, he is, sir. I am Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? I am General Bacon, head of intelligence.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Baconhead. Well, sir, we were standing on...
No, McGee. Huh? General Bacon.
Oh.
How do you do, I'm sure, General? If there's anything we can tell you now
Thank you very much, Mrs. McGee, but I have a complete report from the police and from my men here. We'll take charge now.
I think I better fill you in, General. Just in case they missed any details. You'll want an eyewitness account to take back to Eisenhower anyhow.
General Eisenhower has retired, McGee.
Well, wake him up. My gosh, this thing is important. Now, for the first time I seen this flying saucer, General. It was coming in low at high altitude with its rockets shooting out blue flame. Where are you going, Molly?
In the house a minute, dearie. I've heard this till I'm sick and tired of it.
Yeah, and me too. But anyway, like I say, it was coming in low over the trees. Hey, General! Where'd he go? Oh, nobody wants to hear about the flying saucer. I guess I might as well... Oh, huh?
Coming through. I'm a personal friend of the family. Let me through, please. Hi, mister.
Well, hi, Jeannie. Better get up here on the porch, sis, before you get stepped on.
Thank you, mister. Oh, boy. Policemen and soldiers and... Gee, what's all the crowd for, mister? What is it for? Tell me.
Well, they're here to see me, sis. You see, I have just become the first man to establish contact with another planet. I have just had a visit from Mars.
Mars?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Did he give you any candy bars, mister? I love Mars bars.
No, sis. Now, look. You ever hear of flying saucers, Teeny?
Oh, sure I have, I bet you.
Yeah?
Me and Willie Toops made one this morning, mister.
Oh, you did, eh? You and Willie Toops made a flying saucer?
Sure.
Oh.
We had some big, huge skyrockets left from last year, and we fastened them onto my mama's old roasting pan and lit them, and it sailed over our house, and...
That's what crashed into your
There it is. That's our flying saucer.
That what?
Hey, Willie. Sure. Willie, here's our flying saucer in the driveway. One side, everybody. That's mine. Hey, Willie, here's...
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Here's how you can have the brightest floors and linoleum in your neighborhood with the least work. Use Johnson's Glow Coat, the self-polishing floor wax that is now positively water-repellent. Glow Coat puts a beautiful shine on your floors without polishing. Makes cleaning easier, for dirt, dust, and grime whisk right off that tough Glow Coat surface. Glow Coat doesn't dissolve at the touch of moisture because it's positively water-repellent. And because it's water-repellent, it lasts up to 4 times longer. That makes it the most economical self-polishing floor wax you can buy. Tomorrow, get the self-polishing floor wax that shines brighter, cleans easier, lasts longer. Get Johnson's water-repellent Glow Coat.
Very surprised that Mayor Latrivia was fooled by that flying saucer. He was the chief gunner's mate in the Coast Guard, you know.
Yeah, done a lot of time in submarines, too. He says they used to while away the time playing contract while they were submerged.
My, think of that. Playing cards deep under the ocean.
Yeah. But as Latrivia says, there's been a lot of bridge under the water since then. Get it, kiddo? Bridge under the water? Water under the bridge?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Well, you can't laugh very loud in a submarine, anyhow. Uses up too much air.
Good night, all.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Water-Repellent Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you?
If you want to give your furniture a shine that really lasts, there's only one polish for you to use. Here's why. Johnson's Cream Wax is a polish that gives your furniture real wax protection and a real wax shine. But recent tests show that the shine you get from other leading cream furniture polishes comes from oils. Now, a wax shine lasts for weeks and weeks, but an oil shine fades out, turns foggy and smeary almost overnight. So, when you choose a furniture polish, be wise. Protect yourself from fade-out shine. Get the wax polish that shines for weeks and weeks instead of just a day. Get Johnson's Cream Wax at your dealers. Next, Steve Wilson solves the super murder on NBC.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called A Red and White Guidon. Hey, troops, got a guidon now. It's nice, it's red and white. It's got all the old silver rings on the lance pole with names of places engraved on them. Cold Harbor, Spotsylvania, all them places. Then some new ones, Samar, Leyte. Yeah, it looks fine. But it ain't the right one. It ain't the old silk one, the battle guidon. That's the one I lost for. And I'm paying for it. No, it ain't that. You know the saying in the Army, whatever you lose, you're going to find it on the payroll. Ain't that. I'm paying for it different. I walk into Fiddler's Green once, twice a year, and first thing some fella hollers at me, "You get out of here, Noah Wellman. You're the fella lost A Troop's guidon." And that free whiskey there in the bar looks awful good to me, but I wipe my mouth on my sleeve. Turn around, go out again. Change out of my old blue uniform with the wide yellow stripes on my breeches legs and my upside-down sergeant's stripes. And I put on GI cotton and pick up my rifle and my bayonet. Go back to A Troop. Rifle and bayonet. Imagine a cavalryman with a bayonet. Well, if you can imagine a cavalryman without no horse, I guess you can imagine a bayonet, too. Now, they won't lead me into Fiddler's Green. But once in a while, somebody will stop me as I'm leaving. Maybe it'll be Seamus Daly that was guidon before me. And he'll say, kind of homesick, "Hey, no," he'll say, "the band's still playing Gary Owen in the old outfit." I'll tell you, bet your life, Seamus, when they don't play Gary Owen no more, there won't be no 7th Cavalry. Seamus, he kind of grins, and he slips me a half pint of that Monongahela rye, and I come away, and maybe there's a little nip in the bottle for some of the other boys. It's in the same fix I'm in. And I walk along the ways with the other fellas, and most generally we meet the old man. He'll be walking along slow, with his spurs jingling. Them big Mexican spurs he always wore. And we'll snap it up and throw him a big salute. And he'll grin at us and holler, "Howdy, boys." And we'll say, "Howdy, sir." And he'll walk on slow down towards Fiddler's Green. And we'll feel worse than ever. Because the old man, he can't get into Fiddler's Green either. I don't know, maybe I ought to tell you about this guidon, huh? You know what a guidon is. Well, it's a kind of little swallowtail flag. Nowadays, every outfit in the Army has one, company flag, you know. All colors. Even the MPs, they got one that's yellow and green. But there was a day when nobody but cavalry had a guidon. Red and white. Top half red with the regiment's number in white. Lower half white with the troop letter in red, like 7A, A Troop, 7th Cavalry. Only when I first enlisted, they still called them companies, just like in the Doughboys. Yeah, it's quite a while ago. The troop, a company of cavalry was quite a sight in them days. Old red and white guidon crackling away in the wind. 63 men in blue suits with their sabers flashing in the sunlight. And we had mounted bands. Yes, sir, drum major out in front with his saber beating time, 28 men on horseback blowing horns, and a big old white drum horse with kettle drums big as a keg of beer. Quite a sight. Nowadays, well, it's still cavalry, even if we do have our own feet. But I still kind of miss them horses. I met this Seamus Daly when I first joined up with the old outfit. I'd been in the war, and when they mustered us out in '65, I fooled around home for a while, and then I got kind of restless, so I just up and left. Went out west and took on another blanket, like the saying was. They put me into the 7th Cavalry, A Troop. A Company, I mean. That was where I first got to know this Seamus Daly. He was guidon of A Company. Oh, yeah, the guidon, the fellow that carries the boat called guidon. I remember the night I was sitting on the barracks porch. Doggone if I ain't forgot what post that was. Yeah, I've been so many. D.A. Russell, maybe, or Laramie, or something. Yeah, I was sitting there smoking this QM cigar in the dark all by my lonesome, and I hear this whistling. Gary O. Well, sir, thinks I, that can't be nobody but Sergeant Seamus Daly. Then Sergeant Seamus Daly has been at a bottle somewheres on account of he don't whistle Gary O unless he has. So he steps up onto the porch, and I say in the dark, "Good evening, Sergeant Daly."
And who'll that be?
Me, Noel Wellman, the trumpeter.
Well, 'tis a fine night for a trumpeter, Wellman.
Fine night for what, Sergeant?
Well, for, whatever you'd be wanting to do.
Oh.
Well, for having to go to the equator, if you had the inclination, like.
Well, now, if anybody's to offer me a little supper, some fine Monongahela rye, Sergeant.
Trumpeter Wellman, you know that a non-commissioned officer is forbid by regulations to drink with a private soldier.
Well, I'm a trumpeter, Sergeant.
Oh-ho. Well, now, I've been through the cavalry drill regulations, and the army regulations till me feet hurt. And I do not remember ever seeing anything about not drinking with trumpeters.
And besides, I was a sergeant once.
Ha! Oh, was it? Well, then, trumpeter, throw a blast for freedom under the neck of this bottle, will you?
Sergeant, that's an order.
It does grasp you by the gullet now, don't it? Did you leave any for me?
Sure. Sure.
Then here is confusion to all the enemies of the Irish. Would you care to join me in an old ballad, maybe?
Not at this time of night, Sergeant. Them beds in the guardhouse is awful hard.
Many's the time I slept on them. At Jefferson Barracks now, they got bugs. This is a very clean guardhouse.
I like my own bunk.
Well, then, seeing you won't sing, shall we have words?
Sure. Sit down.
You was in the war, was you?
Company B, 2nd Michigan Cavalry.
Was you now? I was in the fires a while from New York.
That was quite an outfit, I hear.
No, it was all right. But the uniforms were kind of silly like. Red pants. Will you toot another tune on the bottle, trumpeter?
Thanks. To your health, Sergeant.
For that I thank you. And I drink to the Irish. And there's plenty of them in the 7th Cavalry. What would they do for sergeants without the Irish?
Yeah.
What would all the armies in the world do without the Irish?
I guess that's right.
Oh, we're lost men, we are. With no flag nor no country to fight for. So we do our best for somebody else's flag and somebody else's country.
I suppose.
You're a lucky man, young Wellman, that you've got a country and a flag of your own to fight for.
Well, they ain't been doing much fighting so far. Since the war.
That'll come. There's millions of Indians, laddie, but that don't like the so-called white people. And a day'll come when they'll rise up in their might. And the air will be so thick with arrows you could get up and chin yourself on him.
Yeah.
Many a lad'll do just that. And end up with his hair decorating some Ogallala Buck's war belt. So have a drink.
Gosh, Sergeant.
It's an order.
Well, it's powerful.
Like lamb's milk. No, me bucko, me larrapin great big ugly bucko. I am a man without a flag, living my life out in the field of battle. fighting for a country that's not my own, and perishing for the thoughts of the green shores of the old sod. Who's an old sod? You call me an old sod?
I didn't say a word, Sergeant.
That's what I said. No, sir, son. No, sir. Whiskey makes me mellow. The Irish have fought for many a king against many a king. One of my ancestors perished at Fontenoy, fighting for the King of France with the wild geese. And there's been an Irishman in every war since the Trojan War. But Dad, there's been one on either side. How can you have an army without an Irishman?
You can't.
I am in the cup trumpeter.
Well, that there is overpowerful whiskey, Sergeant.
To an Irishman, there is no such thing as powerful whiskey trumpeter. There is only weak men.
That's so.
Now, I said I had no flag of my own, son. I'm a homeless man, far away from the land of me birth. I'm a lonesome man besides. I'm very unhappy.
Well, cheer up, Sergeant.
I was just about to say that I was going to cheer up, trumpeter. Trumpeter. I forgot. I do have a flag to follow. No, to lead. Here, I have another drop of the pot you light of that. That's plenty of it.
Well, go on.
Now, I said a flag to follow, lad. But it's not to follow. It's a flag to lead. And it's not that great Stars and Stripes thing that Clancy, the colour sergeant, carries. For I'm not one of you Americans.
I'll take care, Sergeant.
Or is it the great yellow standard that Miles Corrigan from Cavan carries? I grant you they're very fine flags, son. But Seamus Daly, he has his own personal flag to carry and to lead with. I could wish they'd chosen green instead of red and white for it. But it's a fine flag after all. And it has the symbol of... The symbol... well, what is it the symbol of, Trumpeter?
What?
Huh?
What the symbol of?
Oh, I'm talking about the guidon that I'm privileged to carry, my young friend. The guidon of Company A, 7th Cavalry. The only flag that Seamus, Dennis, Michael, Brian O'Daly ever swore allegiance to. Do you hear me?
Uh-huh.
You think I'm drunk? Oh, listen, lad. There's been men died for that red and white rag. No, they didn't die for the other ones that the colour sergeant carries. Them things is not the personal thing that the guidon is, lad. This is my flag, your flag. This is Captain Tom and you and me and that black-hearted Schlegel, the mess sergeant, and 1,000 other men that died for it, and that will die for it in all the days to come. That's my flag, trumpeter, and it's yours. Don't you ever leave no harm come to it.
You should have brought your fiddles, Sergeant Daly.
Excuse me, sir. I didn't see the captain in the darkness. I was just discussing with the trumpeter.
We ain't drunk, Captain.
I see you're not. But you better go on into bed before somebody that doesn't know any better comes along.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good night now.
Yes, sir. God bless the 7th Cavalry.
And especially Company A, sir.
That's a good idea, boys. We're going to need all the blessings we can get. We're moving out into the field tomorrow. Go to bed now. There's call to quarters.
So we went out into the field, and we stayed there. You ask me how I feel about the Indians, I don't know. Lots of ways they got a raw deal, I suppose, but you haven't got much time to think about that when you're dodging arrows and slugs from 45-70 Winchesters. And when you're right up to a place where the buzzards are sailing around overhead and you see what the Indians did to a fellow that slept next to you in barracks, then you don't think about it at all. New recruits come out to us from JB or Fort Hays all the time to fill up the empty spots in the muster roll that the Indians made. In a couple of years, there wasn't very many of us old-timers left in A Company. Captain Tom, Seamus, me, a dozen others. And every once in a while, I think about what Seamus had said about our guidon. I was beginning to understand how he felt about it deep down in his Irish soul. He never said anything about it, only just once. You see, it wasn't Indian fighting all the time. Sometimes there'd be periods when we could go hunting, maybe, or fishing if there was a trout stream not too far away. Never one man alone, never less than two. We carried our revolvers and our carbines in the full-pack saddle. This time, Seamus spoke of it again. We'd been out for 2 days, the two of us, hoping we'd find a deer. But we didn't. We didn't care too much. We had a good time away from the post, and we were within a mile of the gate, riding along with that good, tired feeling a man has after a jaunt like this. And there was a shot. And I looked around, and Seamus was on the ground. Well, I don't want to tell you about the next few minutes. If you've never had anything like that happen to you, just be thankful I'm not telling you. And if you have, you know all about it. Anyway, what I want to tell you about is the talk we had. Seamus knew he was dying.
12 out of 12. Go ahead and leave me, Noah.
I don't think they're
Of course I won't, Seamus.
You don't want him to get me here.
You have to get mine first.
Yeah.
And boy, did you see him at all?
There ain't a soul in sight.
They're watching now.
Yeah. So am I.
Just didn't want him out there while the police were looking
None of
for
that
him.
no behavior left.
I think they just didn't like that guy.
Yes, there is. Only a little, though.
Haven't got time to drink much, Noah.
They fucking didn't give a shit.
Here, boy.
His mom seemed alright.
No,
Girlfriend.
wait.
What?
You remember a long time ago, we talked about Guidon.
Yes. Yes, I remember.
Listen, you put Guidon on my grave.
What?
Like a monument. My flag. All flag I ever had.
Good, Seamus.
Sure. Linked to Guidon. Company A. My flag. My monument. Now, you blow a blast for freedom, Noah.
No. I don't want to, Seamus.
Drink.
All right.
Don't forget what I told you.
I won't.
Meet you. Phyllis Green. Noah. My drink. Our hats so brave. They won the name of Marion.
They heard the guns from the post, and the patrol came out and got us. And 7 or 8 more engines went to that happy hunting ground of theirs, too. Well, I kept my word to Seamus Daly. I couldn't put the troop guidon on his grave, but I did go to the artificer and had him make a little wooden guidon, a little swallowtail red and white flag, and a little lance pole. We put the 7 and the A on it, Seamus's name. After the detail had fired the 3 rounds, and Jim Boland sounded taps. I wanted to, but I couldn't. After that, I put the little guy down that had meant so much to him at the head of his grave. And it was a funny thing, you know. It started a thing in our regiment. Well, Seamus wasn't the only 7th Cavalryman who died with his days. Some of them were buried way out in the yellow hills or along the walls of little canyons. But there wasn't a grave that wasn't marked with a little red and white guidon. Yes, there was quite a number of them. And I wonder what the coyotes and the prairie dogs thought. I wonder if there's any of those guidons left anywhere. That was better than 70 years ago. I guess they're not. Well, Captain Tom, he made me guidon. I'd not have thought so much about it before, I suppose, but you'd be surprised what that guidon meant to me. Or would you? Oh, I know it's the fashion to cry down soldiers, sure, always is right after a war, but, well, soldiers ain't bad people, you know. Seamus Daly, Captain Tom, the old man. Yeah, that guidon was pretty important to me. Seamus said men had died for it. He died for it. He said men would die for it. That was true, too. Men always have to have something to follow, to believe in. A guide on. Yeah. Anyway, like Captain Tom said, I ought to have run my fiddle. Captain Tom, him and me, we got to be pretty good friends. He was no officer to impose on enlisted man's time. He was all business. He was the kind of officer that soldiers dream about. Strict, but A company yet better than any other company in the squadron. And tough, but leave one of his troopers get sick or something, and Captain Tom was like his father and mother put together. He used to like to walk around of an evening after tattoo. Sometimes I'd see him down around the stable or somewhere, and we'd stop and talk. He was always blowing a chew of eating tobacco. I remember that one night.
Give us a chew, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to buy you a plug one of these days.
You don't use up much, Captain.
Thanks.
Someone take a bite off your plug.
Fine night, eh?
Yes, sir. Sir, would the captain put in for a new lance bolt for the guide on?
What's the matter with the one you got?
Well, sir, it's kind of warped a little bit. And, well, it's getting to look kind of, used like.
You're as bad as Seamus Daly used to be with that guide on, no?
Well, I mean to be, Captain.
Poor Seamus. I had a great regard for that man.
Me too, sir.
Well, God rest his soul. He's better off than we are.
Yes, sir, I suppose so.
If ever a man went straight to Fiddler's Green, Seamus is the man.
Sir, Seamus said something about buying me a drink in Fiddler's Green. I never heard that expression before, and I've been meaning ever since to ask somebody.
You never heard of Fiddler's Green?
No, sir. Is that an Irish saying for heaven?
No, Sergeant. No. You see, good cavalrymen don't want to go to heaven because they won't find any of their friends there. And they don't want to go to the other place because they've had too much of that on earth. So, there's a very special place right in between the two that's for good cavalrymen only. And that's Fiddler's Green.
That's where Seamus would be then, sir.
Yes, sir. All the good cavalrymen from the day the world began are in Fiddler's Green. The Roman cataphracts of Julius Caesar, King Arthur and his knights, cavaliers and roundheads.
And Seamus sure is shooting, sir.
Yes, I believe that.
Well, I hope I make it.
You take care of that guide on, boy. You will.
I aim to, sir.
Well, thanks for the chew.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, say, want to take a little trip?
Yes, sir.
You know my brother's coming out to command a regiment, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I heard that.
Well, I think I ought to send an escort out to bring him, as long as I'm senior officer present with troops, so you take a detail of men for the troop and go pick them up and bring them back, huh?
Yes, sir, sure.
Good enough. You start tomorrow night after retreat. Make it in a couple of days, and a couple of days coming back.
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Come over to my quarters after breakfast tomorrow, and I'll give you the details.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, sir. I can remember that date just as plain. The 21st of June, 1875. I took my detail and we rode overland to the railroad. We met the new commanding officer. I apologized for not being an officer, but I said Captain Tom didn't have enough officers, so would the general pardon me, too? So he laughed. He was a great, big, jolly fellow. Looked just like his brother Tom. Big mustache, same yellow hair. And he says,
"That's all right, Sergeant. After I get hold of the regiment for a while, I'm going to see that we get enough officers so my sergeants won't have to work their heads off."
"That sure be fine, sir. That sure will. After the general's ready to go, sir,
move out.
Head him out. Mount. Forward, stop. Yo. Well, all the way along, he kept asking questions. About the Indians, about casualties, about the chance of one big campaign against them, finishing up the killing and murdering once and for all. He sure was anxious to make a good showing. And he knew his business. He was so glad to get into the open after being in them posts back east for so long. He asked me a million questions about Indian fighting, and I answered them best I could. I was getting to be quite a veteran then myself, see? And anybody that fought under Captain Tom would get to be a veteran awful fast anyway. So we had some pretty good talk. And then the second morning out on the way back, we had some breakfast. He was just saddling up. The general calls me over to him.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
What's that up there on the side of that hill?
Where, sir?
Right over there, don't you see?
No, sir, I don't see anything.
Look over my finger.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if they got some.
What kind of thing, sir?
Oh, looks like a cavalry guider to me, but...
That couldn't be, sir.
No?
At least, I don't think so.
I'll have a look through the glasses. Yeah, by Jove, it is a guidon. Here, look.
Well, I'm sure.
Sir, I don't see it.
Give me the glasses. Yes, it is. I can see the number and the letter. It's the 7th, and it's Company A.
I done it.
Yeah, what could that be? His turn?
Oh, I know, sir. But I think I know what it is.
Do regular makeup, or does she just?
That'd be the grave of the 7th Cavalryman, sir. I didn't know.
What's the name of that river down there?
Why,
They just washed it.
that's the Little Bighorn, General Custer. So you see, it was just 1 year later, the 25th of June, 1876, while everybody was enjoying the Centennial Exposition back east. The General Custer led us, me and Captain Tom Custer, and all of us, onto that battlefield of the Little Bighorn. And, well, you know, we all got killed. It was a 7th Cavalryman's grave. That's why we can't get into Fiddler's Green. I lost A Troop's guidon. He lost the regiment. And neither one of us can get into Fiddler's Green till there isn't any more 7th Cavalry. And that'll be a long, long time. Captain Tom Custer was Arthur Cole, and Floyd Buckley played General George Armstrong Custer. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please. Here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The story for next week is called Whence Came You? About a man who traveled in the East, and you listen, will you?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. In a moment, Act One of that real crazy infinity, starring Jack Grimes and Richard Holland, and written especially for suspense by Dick W. Dowling.
What do we do now, man?
I don't know. Dig up some loot somewhere. We still got our horns.
Yeah, but do we blow them or hock them?
We're gonna find a hot shop in this town.
This is a real drag.
Yeah. All I want now is to get back to New York. All we need is one fast gig that pays enough bread for traveling expenses.
Why don't we check with that Smither behind the counter and see what the scoop is around here?
Crazy. Hey, baby.
Yeah, what'll it be, then?
2 more coffee, please.
You got 'em.
Hey, honey, what's the best way to pick up a fast buck in town here?
Make a fast grab.
Yeah, this kid is not the Lenny Bruce.
Oh, just a touch of humor, boys. Say, what kind of work do you do?
We're musicians. We like to earn bus fare back to New York.
Well, ain't much called musicians around here, except maybe some church socials now and then.
Wow. Any other kind of work?
Well, there's strawberry picking over at Tanner's farm.
Yeah, no, thanks. By the way, when is the next bus to New York, huh?
Oh, never. Leastwise, not from here. Gotta go clear over the Centerville, about 60 miles.
Get a lift with somebody?
Ain't likely this time of night. Well, maybe
Pardon me, Jenny. I couldn't help overhearing these gents in their predicament. Maybe I can help.
This here's Charlie Olden, runs the radio shop in town here. Got TV, too.
Oh, that must be a gas.
Pleased to meet you, Charlie. I'm Bud. This is Lou.
Likewise. Hi. Now, as I said, you gents could use a couple of dollars and a place to sleep, right?
Right.
Well, I can supply you with both. If you do me a little favor in return.
Listen, Clyde, what's the little favor?
Some electronic equipment just came in from New York on special order, and I got to deliver it to a place just out of town. Now, if you boys...
Doggone it, Charlie. I knew you was leading up to that, and I won't let you do it. Pay him no mind here, Jim.
No, you just mind your dishes.
I will not. You got no right tricking these here straight.
I ain't tricking them. I'm willing to pay.
You mean you'll pay us to deliver this electronic equipment?
Yeah. $10 between you, and I'll drive you halfway.
Why halfway?
Aha. Now you're asking, stranger. Go on, tell him why, Charlie. I dare you.
Oh, hush up, Jenny. You're worse than my mother-in-law.
All right, what's the gimmick?
Yeah, no gimmick at all, gents.
Voices from the grave.
Like, what are you talking about, Dave?
Voices from the grave. If you do like Charlie said, you'll walk in the land of the dead.
You know this broad is starting to bug me.
Look, let's have a straight story here, huh?
All right, then don't listen to Jenny none. She's like everybody around here. She's scared of nothing at all.
Seems like you're the one scared to live the stuff yourself.
Oh, I ain't no such thing. It's just that I ain't scared. Well, I just want to get home early tonight.
Where do we deliver this equipment?
It's outside town. Norval Hagen's place.
Well, what's with this Hagen? Is he some kind of kook?
Oh, no. He's right friendly. He's just maybe, different.
About as different as Dracula.
Oh, now, Jenny, you know that's just a lot of silly talk. You gents want to make that $10 or not?
Oh, how about it, Lou?
The bread, man, but,
Don't be. Lou, suppose this guy Hagen is a flip. There's going to be 3 of us and only one of him, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Look, we got nothing to lose, and we need the bread. Even if it's only 10 beans, I say we do it. Are you with me?
All right, man, but the first time this gig starts to look flaky, I am cooling it.
Good man, Lou. All right, Mr. Olin, you got a deal.
Oh, fine, boys, fine. Now, let's get started. It's getting late.
Sure is an out-of-the-way place.
Yeah, old Norval likes his privacy.
He likes bumpy roads, too.
Old Norval don't care. He never comes into town. He just sends down for food and electronic supplies about once a month. Oh, here we are.
Here we are? Where?
Like, all I see is the side of a cliff.
There's a wooden stairway with a handrail. Leads all the way up. Now, let's get the box out of the car.
It's kind of dark here, isn't it?
Now, clear the other end of this box through and walk straight ahead. You'll come to a stairway.
What's in here, rock?
Here's the stairway. Now, set it down.
All right, now what?
You fellas start up the stairs. I gotta get something from the car.
Okay, grab that end, Lou.
But how far up do we have to go, man?
We'll see.
Hey, what's he doing?
Money in your coat pocket. Come on, Jensen. Come on, say, wait a minute. Hey,
Happens again, man.
We were blowing the chorus with no lead.
Oh, we'll never find our way back down there. Now there's only one place to go. Grab the box, Lou, and let's start climbing.
More coffee, gentlemen?
No, thanks, Professor. Two's my limit.
And you, sir?
Everything is cool, man.
Oh, well, then I shall make some hot coffee.
No, man. I mean never mind.
Very well. Well, I'd like to thank you again for bringing my electronic supplies. I hope you'll be my guests overnight.
I don't know, man.
We'd appreciate it. We don't have a car.
Oh, I assume Mr. Olin drove you here?
Uh-huh. Good old Charlie.
Yeah?
Well, you don't know how happy I am to get this equipment. I must replace some tubes in my infiniphone. It hasn't been working for several days, and I've missed my classical concerts.
You dig classical music?
Oh, yes. I love the old masters. I think of them as dear friends.
I studied a little classical piano when I was a kid. I don't remember much past the Happy Farmer, though.
Oh, yes. Well, then I must prepare the infiniphone immediately and let you both enjoy some of the great masterworks.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a gasser.
Do you have many records, Professor?
Oh, no, none at all. With the infiniphone, I don't need records.
I see, it's a radio.
No, not exactly. It's my own invention. Let me explain it to you. All the sound in our world gradually becomes inaudible and trails off into infinity. I've simply created a machine for tuning into infinity. Yes. This way I can hear great masterworks in their original form, exactly as they were played centuries ago. Do you understand?
Man, I lost you back there when you were going to heat more coffee.
Yeah, I think I understand, Professor. You, just tune into infinity and pick up sounds of the past, right?
Yes, that's it, exactly.
That must be an interesting hobby.
Oh, it's more than that. You see, the classics are my life. As a child, I wanted to be a great musician, but, well, I'm a scientist instead.
Oh, that's how the chorus goes.
Yes. I confess I don't understand much about life in our modern society. Out there in the world, I never seem to do or say the right things. I was considered rather odd.
Well, the world out there is pretty simple, Professor. It's just one big scramble for bread.
Bread?
Yeah, man, like, loot, money.
Oh, yes, I guess that is important.
Yeah, I guess it is. Like, I guess we have to breathe.
It's the most unpleasant part of life for me, or was. I really don't care anymore. I may soon become part of the great classical past I love so well.
What do you mean, Professor?
I mean, well, all in good time. And now, would you like to see and hear the infiniphone?
Oh, sure, Professor.
Good. Follow me, gentlemen.
We're not going with him.
He's flaky. Let's go along with the gag. Maybe we can hype him out of something that's worth selling.
Yeah, but what do we want to hype a poor old guy like that for?
We're broke is why. Besides, if we play our...
He's coming, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We wouldn't miss this for the world.
By plugging the patch cord into the side panel terminal and turning the selector dial, we can choose any past century or era we wish. Well, go ahead, gentlemen. Try it.
Oh, that's okay, man. I'm a believer.
He said try it. Now go ahead and try it.
Okay.
I've set it for about 46 BC. Now, tune it in.
Et conscriptus populus mandatus est mihi Caesaris dux, Caesaris rex.
What was that, man?
I'm afraid it's Julius Caesar again. He's always making speeches.
You mean that was the actual voice of Julius Caesar?
Oh, yes. I recognize him immediately.
Oh, Yeah, all right. I'll bite. What's the gimmick?
But there is no gimmick. That's how the Infiniphone works. It's really not so amazing, gentlemen. Why, my new invention, the Infinite Transitor, can actually... Well, that can wait. Perhaps if I tune in a later period on the Infiniphone.
Man, this cat sounds familiar.
I should get something worthwhile.
Don't. That's Berrigan. I know that sound anywhere. That's funny. I never heard of this record. That's no record. That's Berrigan himself. Oh, what a crazy chorus. He's blowing his heart out. Doc, can we record this?
Why, yes, but I don't see why
we gotta record it.
It's simple enough. Press that button on the side. It starts a tape recorder and I'll make sure the machine starts.
Dad, what are you doing this for? Don't you get it? This will be the greatest discovery in the history of jazz. We'll be able to name our price with any record company in the country, and we'll never run out of material. Oh, we're rich. Yeah, but what about the professor? He'll never know the difference. Yeah, but what if he thinks what we're doing? We'll blow the whole big man. Yeah, we'll cut him in.
The tape machine is working perfectly.
Crazy.
Now, I hope you gentlemen will excuse me. I must get back to work on my Infinite Transit.
Hey, you sure? You go right ahead, Professor. Oh, stop worrying. This is it. From here on in, we swing, man. No more crummy club dates, no lousy one-nighters. We're rich, man. We're rich. Hey, Lou, watch the volume of the tape machine. The needle's kicking way over.
Listen to that man, Lou.
Lou, will you pay attention?
Lou.
Watch the needle on that machine, Lou. Lou, will you take off those headphones and just watch the needle, huh?
Hmm?
Oh, sorry, Bud.
Oh, but, man, take that phrase. Oh, go.
Oh, you're gonna go right out the window. You loused up 2 recordings this week. Come on, Lou, get with it.
Another pleasant dinner, eh? And now we pour the tea. Lou?
Oh, thank you.
And Bud.
Well, thanks.
And myself. Thank you. Now, my pipe. You know, gentlemen, it's been some time since I really enjoyed my pipe this way. I must say it's been pleasant having you with me these past few weeks.
Oh, we're glad we came.
I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have people around. You know, my neighbors aren't very neighborly. Perhaps that's just as well. They'd probably think me strange. In any case, I won't be around much longer.
You don't mean you're leaving here, Professor?
Yes, I do, but...
Yeah, well, what about the Infiniphone?
I don't know. I have no need for it, but I'm not sure I should leave it behind. It might do more harm than good. No, I haven't decided yet.
Professor, think of the pleasure you could give the world.
Well, if it can give the world as much pleasure as it seems to have given you and Lou, I might be inclined to leave it here. Lou especially seems entranced by the music he's been listening to and recording. Hey, Lou?
Yeah, Lou, you listening?
Hmm? Oh, yes, sure.
You seem to have found something you like.
Something I like, man. I'm stoned. I never heard such wailing in my life. Bunny and bird, present, You know, I would give up the best gig in the world just to sit in with those cats. For kicks. No bread, man. Just kicks.
And that, Professor, is why I'm the one who has to worry about the bread. My boy Lou here is just living for kicks.
You're not a dreamer, Bud, and Lou is.
Well, dreamers aren't doers. And doers are the cats who get things done.
Yes, of course. But every now and then, one of us dreamers gets things done, too. Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll get back to my work inside.
Uh-huh. You hear what he said?
Yeah, he's leaving.
Yeah, well, you know what happens if he does. We're out of business. especially if he takes the Infiniphone with him. And we better get a lot of taping done and soon.
Yeah. You know what? There's something way out about the way he talks about leaving.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like he's happy. Like the way Fred used to look when he was blowing the great chorus, you know?
Yeah, well, tomorrow I'm blowing a great chorus right out of here, and you're going to stay and make tapes all day.
Where are you going?
I'm going in and see Max Wesson at Flip Records. And I'm taking a small sample of our music with me.
What for?
Well, I'm going to offer him exclusive rights to a recently discovered collection of recordings by the late and legendary figures of jazz. A collection that's out of this world. Well, Max?
It's out of this world. It's out of this world. All right. What's the gimmick?
No gimmick, Max. It's legit. This is for real. This is music. That's the McCoy.
I know that, but how did you get it?
All right, I'll admit it. It was dumb luck. I found the recordings in some tank town and fucked it for peanuts.
That figures, I guess. All right, what's the deal?
25,000 plus 25% of gross sales and a spot on your A&R staff for me and my partner.
That is highway robbery.
Is it a deal?
Well, okay. So you got to bring me enough of this stuff to make it worth my while.
Don't worry, Max. My partner's taking care of that right now. Lou, we're in. It's all set. Okay, Lou, put down your axe for a minute, will you? I want to talk. Yeah, Lou, do you hear me? What's wrong with you?
Man, I just made it. I almost goofed, but I just made it.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Well, you know, I almost started looking forward to recording that stuff and selling it.
What do you mean almost? It's all set. We're rich, and we got steady jobs besides.
Without me, man, without me.
What are you nuts? What's wrong?
I was listening to some jazz on the Infiniphone. This cat he's blowing his heart out, see? And I think, well, there's no kicks in selling somebody else's jazz. I want something of my own.
You'll have something of your own, a big fat bank account.
Well, anybody can have that. But not everybody can blow a chorus with Fred or Bunny.
Hey, Lou, baby, what are you, chewed up or something? Hey, Clyde, where's the tape you made today, huh?
I'm not sure I made one.
You what?
I started the tape, and then I heard those cats swinging, and I picked up my horn and joined in. I guess the tape is still running.
Oh, no, you gotta be kidding.
Pardon me, gentlemen, I have come to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes, Lou. Everything is ready now.
Where are you going, Professor?
To become part of the great classical past I love so well.
I don't think you, sir.
I've completed my infinite transitor. In a few minutes, I shall be transported back into the past.
Are you kidding?
I think not, Bud. I hope not. I'm counting on it, so...
Oh, boy.
Well, gentlemen, goodbye. And thank you once again for your kindness. I shall never forget you.
Professor Hagen.
Yes, Lou.
Just how far back do you expect to go?
Lou, are you nuts?
Well, as far back as I wish, I suppose. Why?
Well, what I mean is, could you drop me off in the 30s?
Has everybody flipped around here?
We could certainly try, Lou.
Crazy. Wait till I pack my act.
Lou, this is ridiculous.
Maybe, man, but I gotta find out. Bud, this is so long. I'm gonna kind of miss you. We've been pals a long time, and you've always been on the level with me, and, well, so long.
Yeah, sure, Lou. I'll see you in 10 minutes when you come back, huh?
Goodbye, Bud, and good luck.
Yeah, sure. Later, man, later.
Bud, I hope you find something you really dig, and when you do, man, play it cool. So long, pal.
Doesn't this beat everything? The two of them are flipped. I don't know who's nuttier, the professor or Lou. Oh, man, I hope he got something on that tape. Yeah, give him a few minutes out there, and then Well, the papers gave it quite a play. They said mad professor and musician die in explosion. I woke up here in the hospital. There was nothing left of the professor's place. Not a trace of the professor or Lou. It's a funny thing, though. Lou did make that tape before he left. He taped his own solos. And here's the gas. All the jazz critics claim it's the greatest stuff they ever heard. Yeah, I'm going to make a bundle of loot on Lou's recording. I just don't care. It doesn't seem important. All I can think about is poor old Lou. Well, I hope he's having a ball out there in that real crazy infinity.
Suspense. You've been listening to That Real Crazy Infinity, starring Jack Grimes and Richard Holland, and written especially for Suspense by Dick W. Dowling. Suspense is produced and directed by Bruno Zarato Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Sound patterns by Joseph Cabibo. Heard in tonight's story were Court Benson as Professor Norval Hagen, Bob Dryden as Charlie Olin, Athena Lord as Jenny, Robert Reddick as Max Wesson, and Guy Rett as the voice of Julius Caesar. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Listen again next week when we return with Stand In for Murder, written by Gladys F. Gallant. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you On a Country Road, a suspense play starring Mr. Cary Grant.
Relax, David. There's no hurry to get home.
You can relax in this mess of traffic. There must be a wreck or something up ahead.
If this keeps up, we'll get caught in the rain.
Yeah, it looks like a big storm building up, too. Hey, remember that shortcut?
Which one?
Well, the little card road that goes across through Center Market and comes out on the other highway.
What we took last summer?
Yeah. Turn off there and duck this pile up. I'd like to get as far as possible before that storm hits. Why don't you put out your hand?
Hey, don't get mad.
He cut right in front of me trying to turn into that gas station.
Maybe he needed gas.
Oh. Turn on the radio, huh? Oh, there.
This afternoon is sounds like warnings to all residents of Long Island to be on the lookout for Nellie Goller, a middle-aged woman.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Ogler. Someone has said that the two mainsprings which drive the world are hunger and the will to power. I think we'll all agree about the hunger, but as to the will to power, well, sometimes I think it's not quite as strenuous as that. There are some people in this world who don't want to run anything. They just want to be liked. And that's the mainspring of our story tonight, oxychloride 8. But before we begin, Frank Martin.
Folks, it's a sad fact that today a number of Americans are too nervous and tired out, too thin and run down and cranky to make friends or keep them. If that's how it is with you, listen. Maybe you simply need more vitamin D and iron than you're getting from your food. If so, by all means try ironized yeast tablets. They're the amazing little easy-to-take tablets that give you both vitamin D and iron. Thousands of men and women who simply needed more of these substances tell us how quickly ironized yeast has helped them gain glorious new pep and strength, new pounds, new popularity. The name is ironized yeast tablets. Make a note of it now. And now, lights out. Everybody.
So, I says to myself, well, sir, I'd like to be obliging, but I really haven't got the time. And he says to me, he says, well, Mr. Jackson, after all, we're making this proposition only to a few outstanding student representatives on the campus. And we do feel you should be interested in our proposition.
Well, what did you say?
Well, I said, mister, I can't be bothered. Just can't be bothered. And I guess in my car, and off I go.
But, Bob, free clothes just for wearing them around the campus?
Understand, my boy? I don't want to be a clothes horse for any old haberdashery. My old pappy's got more money than he knows what to do with. Now, what for?
Well, I guess you got something there. Say, where are you going to take the dance Saturday night?
Haven't made up my mind.
How about that new number over at the Roto House?
No, thank you, brother.
What's the matter?
Well, did you ever take a look at her feet?
No, sir. Never got lowered yet.
Yeah?
Ray Stewart to see you, Stan.
Yeah. Send him on up.
Ray Stewart, who's he?
Well, we're still short one pledge, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, I know, but Ray Stewart, who is he?
Oh, I met him over in chemistry. Got a mind like a textbook.
But who is he? We can't pledge a man just because he's a grind.
Well, we could use a few grinds around here. Dan's come around, there's nothing like a few of those brainy boys pull us
But who is he? Where's he from? Who's his family? Who's his father?
Come on in, Ray.
Oh, thank you.
It's good of you to bother to come over tonight.
Good of you to ask me.
Oh, not at all. Ray, I want you to meet the president of our house, Bob Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Stewart.
I'm certainly glad to make your acquaintance. I might as well admit this is the first time I've ever been in a fraternity house.
Really?
Sit down, Ray. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you.
Now, tell me, Ray, did you ever go in for any sports back in your prep days?
Oh, no, I never had much time for that sort of thing.
No?
No, I think that sports should be put into their proper place. After all, I'm sure you agree they aren't particularly important.
No? And what, might I ask, is important in your estimation, Mr. Stewart?
Doing things. Being someone.
What?
Doing things man's never done before. Taking the elements and transmuting them into things which never existed until you thought of them. That's important. That's being almost godlike, isn't it?
That's how you talk.
Sorry, I get sort of carried away.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Bob, this boy sure knows his chemistry.
Huh?
Oh, I really don't know so much.
Say, I ought to know better. You pulled me over some tough spots in this cause.
I'm very glad to help you whenever I can. If I lived here, I could help you all the time. I could help you too, Mr. Jackson.
If I need help, I know where to get it.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
It's all right, Stewart. Now, tell me, you're from around Chicago way, aren't you?
Oh, no, Milwaukee. Lived there for years.
Don't tell me I'm one of those Bruin families.
Oh, no. We're not wealthy people at all. My father runs a small business. It isn't much, but we get along.
Oh.
I don't think money's important anyway if a person's ambitious. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, no. What's money?
You fellas may think that it's funny, but well, I always thought it's more important what a fella does than what he has. I mean, I've always had the feeling that someday, somehow, I'm going to do something really important. Maybe even miraculous.
Now, what do you expect to do? Discover the missing link?
Yes, Stewart. What is this miracle you expect to perform?
Oh, I don't know exactly. Ever since I've been just a kid, I've been interested in chemistry, and I've had a feeling that someday I'll perform an experiment, mix certain chemicals together, and something would happen that never happened before.
Now you hear that, Stan? A miracle man.
Amazing, my dear Bob. Simply amazing.
I know it sounds silly, but the things I dream about always seem to work out.
Well, would you mind telling us the last miracle that worked out?
This? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to belong to a fraternity, and here I am. I mean, you invited me.
Just a minute there, fellow. Mr. Stewart, it's been awfully nice of you to come over and visit with us. And someday we'll have you back again. But now we've got some studying to do, so if you don't mind...
Oh, no, not at all. It was nice of you to invite me over. Well, good night, fellas.
Good night.
Oh, the screwy crackpot.
Did you see the look in his eye when he was talking about miracles?
Well, it'll be a miracle if he ever gets back into this house again, I'll tell you that. What in the world ever made you ask him over here?
Well, I didn't know. How was I to know he's a crackpot?
Legend of our fraternity. Legend of the booby hatch.
Mr. Stewart, if you please, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, Professor?
Mr. Stewart, might I ask if you're anxious to sever your relationship with this university?
No, sir.
Then might I ask why in creation you persist in ignoring my warnings? In this laboratory you're to perform the experiments given you to perform. Understand? Given you to perform.
Yes, sir.
Then might I ask why you persist in your, shall I call it, original experiments? Perhaps it's your intention to blow up the university. Or just the laboratory.
I'm sorry.
You'll be more than sorry if I find you doing this sort of thing again. Now, take down this apparatus and continue with the work in your textbook.
Yes, sir.
This is my last warning, so bear it in mind.
Hello, Stewart. How about loaning me your notebook for a few hours?
Oh, hello, Jackson. You haven't been to the lab much, have you?
No, I haven't, but I can make it up. We've been pretty busy over the house. Initiations, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Jackson.
Yeah?
You never invited me back. I thought maybe you forgot.
Oh, well, you know how those things are.
I wrote my mother that I was joining your fraternity.
Well, that was a sap thing to do.
Was it?
Well, we hadn't pledged you. Stan simply invited you over so I could talk to you.
You said you wanted me to come back.
Oh, now, look here, fella, don't be stupid about this. We didn't pledge it, so that's that.
You're not going to pledge me?
Certainly not.
But why?
I don't have to tell you why.
But you've got to tell me.
Quit pawing me, will you? All right, you're asking for it, so here it is. We didn't pledge you because we think you're a crackpot.
What?
A crackpot. You talk about miracles. You spend every minute of your time here in the lab monkeying around with things you don't know anything about, getting yourself in all kinds of trouble. I'll bet you never had a glass of beer in your life. And if a girl ever looked at you, you'd fall over in a faint.
Then you're not going to pledge me?
No shit, dumbass.
No, we're not going to pledge you. Well, if your mom expects you to be in a fraternity, you better start cooking up one of those miracles, fella. A first-class miracle.
Sleep. It's so late. Sleep. Got to sleep. Pledge. That's what he said. You're not going to pledge me. Why do I keep thinking about it? If I could only sleep. Sleep the way you think you're a crackpot. Oh, I gotta stop thinking about these things. I help you to think what I'm thinking. Crackpot. Not gonna pledge. Crackpot. What's the matter with my head? I'm talking in it over and over and over again. I'm not crazy. I'm not. I'm as good as you are. I'm as good as both of you put together. Stop saying that. Stop saying it. I'll show you. I'll show you both. I'm better than you are. I'm better than anybody. I'll show you. I'll show you. Talk about miracles. I'll give you miracles for the lab. Try to get into it. I'll give you miracles. Dark in there. I gotta get in. Oh, past the door. Gotta get in. Window. I'll show you. So dark in here. Gotta find a lab table. Gotta make miracles.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
Watchman.
Come on now, who's there? Talk up.
You don't have to get so excited. I'm a student.
Student, eh? Let's have a look at you.
That flashlight, you're blinding me.
I've got to see who you are, don't I? Yeah, I know you. Seen you on the campus.
I told you I'm a student.
Well, that don't give you no right to be here after hours. Why'd you get in here? Oh, broke the window now, did you?
I didn't break the window.
But I heard the glass.
So did I, and I followed the man in here.
Man, what are you talking about?
Give me your flashlight and I'll show you.
All right. Here.
Look behind you.
No.
No one will stop me. No one. Miracle. Gotta make one. Got to. NCC barium. 5cc selenium oxychloride. Oh, good. Working out just as I planned.
Who's there? Who's that working there?
Professor.
Oh, it's you, Stuart. And after all my warnings.
So you're just in time, Professor.
Yes, just in time to have you thrown out of the university. What are you doing there? What is this mess of equipment?
It's my miracle.
Miracle? What are you talking about?
My miracle.
Are you insane? Take it apart, all of it, at once.
Listen to it bubbling. Beautiful sound, isn't it, Professor?
Take it apart, I tell you. Empty out the retort.
No, I've got to wait.
Are you mad? Turn off the burners. All right, I'll turn them off for you.
No, stay where you are.
Do it. Put down that acid.
I'll smash the bottle on your head if you touch anything on the table.
No, don't throw it. Put the bottle of acid down, Stuart. Please.
My experiment. My miracle. Bubbling and boiling and stewing. It will work, Professor. It's got to work.
But what is it?
I told him I'd create something that no other man has. I told him. And I will, Professor. You hear me? I will.
But what?
A solvent. A solvent more powerful than anything the world has ever known.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Listen to it bubble.
You said solvent. Explain yourself.
Yes, solvent. Solvent that will dissolve steel like a hot flame.
What do you say?
You heard me say it. Solvent that will dissolve steel faster than a razor cutting through paper. You know what that means. Run a line of this liquid across a steel girder. The girder will crumple like a falling tree. Pour some of my solvent into a glass shell and bomb the cities. It will make war too horrible for men to endure.
You crazy boy, you. You know what you're talking about?
I'm talking about that. That liquid there. Listen to it sing.
Why, no such solvent exists. Selenium oxychloride, perhaps, but to do the impossible things you talked about would require a quantity so...
Oh, the beaker. It cracked.
Well, do something. That liquid's flying all over my bench, my laboratory.
The stone of the bench. It's eating through the stone.
Oh, stop it.
The liquid. It's eating through the stone bench.
No, it can't be.
It's eating through the slate of the floor. The hole's getting bigger and bigger.
Run!
I've done it. I've created something no other man has done. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything. Anything.
What happened? What's the matter? The lamp. I guess it's on fire. Well, where's the fire? I can't see anything. The whole school's out here. Hey, fellas, what's up?
Nobody seems to know. Something's going wrong in the lab. Firemen won't let us in.
Something burning?
I don't know. Can't get near enough to find out.
I can't see any fire.
Plenty of smoke, though.
Plenty of excitement. Read about it in tomorrow's paper, I'll bet you. Hey, listen to that sound.
Sounds like water.
Gosh, what is it?
Back! Everybody back! Back!
To the building! It's going to spread!
I did it. A solvent that dissolves anything. Anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath is certainly indicated at this moment in our story of young Ray Stewart and his amazing discovery. And in this intermission, before we go back to further developments in tonight's exciting lights out story, I wonder how many of you girls are asking yourselves this question tonight. Listen.
Why is everything all wrong for me? Other girls have jobs and do World War II like I do, but other girls get all the dates and all the fun. All I get is thinner and tireder and more jittery and lonely and miserable by the minute. I certainly need something I haven't got.
Well, miss, maybe it's just more vitamin B and iron. If that's it, I suggest you try ironized yeast tablets.
Oh, I've tried tonic after tonic. None I've taken seem to help me.
But ironized yeast is different. It's a two-way tonic. It gives you both vitamin B and iron. That's why it's been of such amazing benefit to thousands who simply needed more of these substances.
I still don't understand.
Well, here's how the experts explain it. When you don't get enough vitamin B out of your food, you may lose your appetite. You may eat so poorly that you lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and feel only half alive. So if you're short on these substances, for your own sake, start taking ionized yeast tablets right away, tonight. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
I feel wonderful now. Everybody says I look like $1,000,000 too, since I gained these good pounds. And talk about dates. Everybody's asking me out nowadays. I wish I'd tried ionized yeast ages ago.
And now back to Lights Out.
Chief, look at this.
Huh? What's the matter, Murph? Somebody have sex suppers?
Get a load of this, Chief. Came in over the news wires. Read it.
Additional on Whitmore University. Mysterious cavity on campus growing larger hourly. More follows. Mysterious cavity. Hey, what is this, a dentist's advertisement?
Remember, Chief, a couple hours ago, that flash about something eating a hole so big a building fell in it. This is the follow-up. The thing's getting bigger. What do you want to do about it?
Forget it.
What?
Don't you see through a gag when it hits you in the face? Somebody's just having fun on the wires. Ha! Mysterious cavity growing bigger. Well, when it's as big as a hole in your head, that'll be news, Murph. That'll be news.
Anything. It dissolves anything. And I did it. I discovered.
Yes. Hello. What is it? Yes, this is Dr. Whitmore. Who is this? Who? National News Service. Now, look here, my good man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm supposed to be resting. My vacation, you know. What? My university? The building collapsed. But, are you sure? Yes, I'll call them long distance at once. No, I can't give you any sort of statement now. Hang up, man. I've got to get the operator. Operator. Give me long distance. Give me... What? Long distance is calling? Put them on. Hello. Yes, this is he. Rogers? Yes, Rogers. What? Did? That's impossible. Larger? How could it grow larger? Chemicals? You drunk man? Insane? It's impossible.
But you must do something.
Listen, mister, I'm a fireman, not a magician.
But that hole, it's 20 feet wider than it was 10 minutes ago.
Mister, I don't know what it's all about. No fire and the ground's burning right away.
We have $5 million worth of property on this ground. If that won't
For
prevent...
Pete's sake, leave me alone, will you? We've been throwing water on the edges of the thing ever since the building fell in, but it's all too no good. It's all too no good.
The latest news on the Whitmore University mystery. What at first was treated lightly by all newspapers as either a hoax or a shifting of earth stratum has now developed into an authentic yet unbelievable situation. The hole, which began at the side of the chemical laboratory building, is now 300 feet in diameter and spreading with unbelievable rapidity. Fire departments and fire experts from all neighboring communities within a radius of 100 miles have been called in, but have been helpless to combat the rapidly spreading pit. Many conflicting theories have been propounded as to the cause of the cave-in, but at last reports nothing definite had been determined.
That's enough, Professor Parker. What about the solvent?
Unbelievable, unexplainable as it is apparently self-regenerating and oxidizing anything it comes in contact with so quickly that we see no fire but only the rapidly growing cavity where the earth is being consumed.
But, Professor Parker, what is this solvent? Surely you don't expect us to believe that this student you were telling us about...
I mean exactly that.
Oh, preposterous. The fault in the structure of the earth. There is no such thing as a self-regenerating solvent. Simple caving, that's all it is.
Gentlemen, if you please. What I know.
Oh, it's preposterous.
Gentlemen, if you please. If my professional reputation is not enough to substantiate what I've said, then at least you'll listen to the boy himself. He's here. Listen to him.
Why should we?
Yes, gentlemen, if you'll listen, I'll tell you. You'd better listen to me.
Gentlemen, please.
What Professor Parker said is true. It is a solvent. It dissolves anything it touches quickly, furiously. And the byproducts of that dissolution give it new strength and lubricant. And I discovered it, gentlemen.
I know, but what will happen? What can we do?
We can wait.
Wait? How can we wait? Look out there. A hole's within 2 feet of another building already. You've got to stop it. At once. If you don't... The building! The foundation's undermined. It's crashing. Mother in heaven. Harris Hall. Cave right in the hole. Professor Parker. You boy, listen. Which chemicals did you use? We've got to fight it with chemicals. Spread them around the edge. Neutralize this solvent.
Yes, that's it. Chemicals. We'll neutralize the reaction.
No, gentlemen. Listen. You may neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole. But you forget one thing.
What?
What are you talking about?
The solvent is eating downward at many times the rate it's eating outward. It may neutralize the reaction at the edges of the hole. But have you forgotten? It's eaten the hole a quarter of a mile deep already. And it's eating into the earth faster and faster. How are you going to stop that? How are you?
Faster and faster at an ever-increasing rate, this strange cancer on the surface is eating away. It is now approximately 14 hours since the phenomenon began, and already it has eaten outward at a distance approximately 1 mile in diameter, with a resulting damage of over 1.5 million in property.
Truly, the most astounding factor in this catastrophe is the fact that the hole is increasing in depth at an unbelievable rate. At our last reports, approximately 10 minutes ago, the pit had reached a depth of approximately 3 miles, and experts apparently refuse to predict how much further this earth cancer will go. What only a handful of hours ago was a quiet section of the country in which stood the Whitmore University is now a great gaping pit in the surface of the earth, out of which rise strange noxious gases as that burning something eats deeper and deeper and deeper into the bowels of the earth. The latest sonic recordings indicate that the shaft has now reached a depth of 11 miles, 2,342 feet. I'm right on the scene and will continue to send reports as quickly as I get them.
Sure is a crowd here.
Yeah, 500,000, they say.
Yeah, watching and waiting. And for what?
Ain't it ever gonna stop, Stan?
Don't ask me. I don't know. It's going deeper and deeper every minute. There ain't no stopping it.
Listen to them. Scared, ain't they? Every one of them.
Well, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. That hole going deeper and deeper into the ground, and nobody can stop it. And what happens when it gets all the way through? Nobody knows. Sure, I'm scared. Scared, Freddy.
I think it was all sand and dirt.
Earthquake. Help, send help. Volcano erupting. City on fire. Martial law declared. Tidal waves sweeping inland. Nothing can stop it. Nothing. Earthquake. Fire. Tidal waves.
We're coming to an end.
Judgment of God. Judgment of God.
From Siberia to Cape Town to San Francisco and around the world again. I tell you, the Earth's ripping apart. And I tell you, it's that hole in the ground that's done it. It's affected the rotation of the Earth, unbalanced things.
Yes, and it's biting deeper every minute. What will happen when it eats through to the other side? The ocean pouring through. We'll die. We'll all die.
I think there's some physics involved with
Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame?
It's that kid who's to blame.
Yeah, we read it in the papers. That crazy college kid.
There he is.
That's him. That's him.
No, let me go, you fools, you.
I've done a great thing, a wonderful thing. Created something no one ever thought of. No, let me down. Let me down. Let me down, you fools. I started the solvent, but I didn't know this would happen. You can't blame me for a miracle. No.
Yes, throw him in the hole. He made it.
No, don't throw me down in here. There's no bottom to it. No.
Yes. There's the end of that.
Here. They put him down here on the grass. Dead?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy, will this be a sensation on the campus.
But, Watchman, how did it happen?
Well, I'm making my rounds of the grounds as usual, and all at once in the moonlight I see this fellow walking across the grass. I go up to him and I see the fellow's walking in his sleep.
In his sleep?
Yeah. And just when I starts to grab him easy like, he pulls loose, yells something about, "Don't throw me in, don't throw me in." And then he runs across the campus and dives head first down into the swimming pool. And it's empty. When I pull him out, he's like he is now. Busted Nick.
But who is he? Anyone recognize him?
Yeah, I know him. Stewart's his name. Ray Stewart. Kind of a screwy little crackpot. Always talking about creating miracles with chemicals. I wonder what he thought was happening to him diving down that hole.
Well, Mr. Obler, I suppose all I can say is
We've had quite enough holes tonight. Supposing we talk about haunted houses.
whose haunted houses and where?
Well, it's the most famous haunted house in the world. In fact, in the good psychic circles, it's supposed to be the haunted house where all the ghosts go. I'll tell you about that, Frank, as soon as you've talked to our audience.
Well, I just want to remind you folks that if you're nervous and tired, underweight and under par, and that if, like so many Americans these days, you only need more vitamin B and iron, then don't wait. Do try ironized yeast tablets right away. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They cost but a few pennies a day, and you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast tablets are sold on this money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to gain new pounds, to feel much stronger and happier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast has been of real help, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Broadway, New York. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it by the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Now then, what about the haunted house, Mr. Obler?
Well, it's a rectory about 60 miles from London, just within the Essex border. Ghostly figures of headless coachmen appear on the lawn, and the ghostly figure of a nun walks through the rooms. An old-fashioned coach driven by two headless men gallops across the lawn. No, I'm not more than normally crazy. Fact is, for 10 years, these phenomena have been investigated by various thoroughly reliable and well-intentioned gentlemen, but they say the headless horsemen still ride and the woman still walks through the woods at the back of the house. Well, for next week, I've written a play about that particular house. It's a nice, fresh ghost story. Its title is They Met at Dorset, and it concerns the attempt on the part of one hideous Himmler, head of the German Gestapo, to rescue England's unwilling house guest, Herr Rudolf Hess. Yes, I really think you're going to enjoy They Met at Dorset, but, as usual, that's next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's amazing story, They Met at Dorset. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. It is later than you think.
Men, stop a moment and consider. Does your shaving cream vanish into your skin before you've finished shaving? Does one side of your face dry before you can get to it? Well then, why not try Molay brushless shaving cream? Molay stays on your face until you've finished shaving. Its protective film helps guard your face against painful nicks and cuts. Try Molay for a quicker, more comfortable shave. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Next, a modern mystery classic, Agnes Moorehead's 8th suspense performance of Sorry, Wrong Number on the CBS Radio Network.
Radio 59, WROW, first on the dial, serving Albany, Troy, and Schenectady. Radio 59 time, 5:30.
On May 25th, 1943, a great radio play was performed on Suspense and carried on CBS Radio. That now famous radio play has been transferred to other media as well: television, motion pictures, recordings, and the stage. The title was Sorry, Wrong Number, and it was written by Lucille Fletcher and originally starred Agnes Moorehead. We revive that radio classic now with the same star of 17 years ago. Listen then to Agnes Moorehead in Sorry, Wrong Number, which begins in 1 minute. Remember how much racket automobiles used to make? Time was you practically had to bellow to make yourself heard above the chatter and roar of the engine, the howl of the wind rushing by, and the rattling a rough road gave your poor old buggy and brains. Well, nowadays, with vastly improved automotive engineering and magnificent new superhighways, you literally purr along the road. Now, this is a vast improvement, but one that can offer danger if you're not alert. You're sitting behind the wheel, with the miles of highway unrolling smoothly before you. Suddenly, a sharp curve jumps in front of you, and you find you have to use the skill of a professional racer to navigate the curve without getting into real big trouble. Your car was so quiet that your speed had crept up stealthily during those long miles of straightaway. You were burning along without realizing it. The point here, a simple one, is this. Your speedometer was put there for a purpose you can't afford to forget. Keep alert, take care, and get there.
And now, Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Miss Agnes Moorehead. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Operator, I've been dialing Murray Hill 40599. Now for the last 3/4 of an hour, and the line is always busy. I don't see how it could be busy that long. Will you try it for me, please?
I will be glad to try that number for you. One moment, please.
You see, it's my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I'm all alone here in the house. My health is very poor, and I've been feeling so nervous
I am ringing Murray Hill 40599.
Hello? Hello, is Mr. Stevenson there? Hello?
Hello, George? Yes, boss, this is George speaking.
Hello, who's this? What number is this, please?
I'm here with our client. Oh, good. Is everything set up for tonight? Yes, George. He says everything is set up. Good.
What number is this, please?
Where are you now? In the phone booth. Don't worry, everything's okay in my department. Very well. You got the address? Sure, I got it all cased. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to a bar on 2nd Avenue for beer. Yes. At 11:15, a train crosses the bridge. It makes a noise in case her window is open and she should scream.
Hello?
Remember, George, make it quick. Our client doesn't wish her to suffer long. I'll use a knife then. Yes, a knife will do very well. And remember afterwards, remove her rings and bracelets and the jewelry in the bureau drawer. Our client wishes it to look like simple robbery.
I know. Don't worry. I never muff a job like this. Everything's okay. I never...
How unspeakably awful. Operator, I've just been cut off.
I'm sorry. What number were you calling?
Why, it was supposed to be Murray Hill 40599, but it wasn't. Some wires must have got crossed, and I was cut into a wrong number, and I just heard the most dreadful things, something about a murder. And, operator, you'll simply have to trace that call at once.
What was the number?
Well, I don't know. It was the wrong number, and these two men, they were cold-blooded fiends, and they were going to murder somebody, some poor innocent woman who was all alone in a house near a bridge. And we've got to stop them. We've just got to.
Were you calling?
Well, that doesn't matter. It was the wrong number. Now, look, it was obviously a case of some little slip of the finger. I asked you to get me Murray Hill 40599 who dialed it, but your finger must have slipped. And I was connected with some other number. I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. Now, I simply fail to see why you couldn't make that same mistake again on purpose, why you couldn't try to dial Murray Hill 40599 in the same sort of careless way.
Murray Hill 40599. I will try to get it for you.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry, Murray Hill 40599 is busy.
But, operator,
yes, ma'am?
you didn't try to get that wrong number at all. I asked you explicitly, and all you did was dial correctly.
I'm sorry, I will connect you with the supervisor.
Well, please.
This is the supervisor. May I help you?
Yes, I want you to trace a call, a telephone call immediately. I don't know where it came from or who was making it, but it's absolutely necessary that it be traced because it was about a murder that someone's planning. A terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
I see.
Well, can you trace it for me? Can you track down those men?
I'm not certain. I can try. May I have your name, please?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Albert Stevenson. But listen,
And your telephone number, please?
Closet 37599. But if you go on wasting all this
Why
time...
do you want this call traced, please?
Why? Well, I told you why. These men sounded like killers. They're dangerous. They're going to murder this woman at 11:15 tonight. I thought the police ought to know.
Have you reported this to the police?
Well, no, not yet.
You want this call checked purely as a private individual?
Well, yes, but meanwhile...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevenson, but I'm afraid we couldn't trace the call just on your say-so as a private individual. We'd have to have something more official.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, all right, I'll call the police.
Thank you. I'm sure that would be the best way to get home.
Ridiculous.
The second act of Suspense continues in 1 minute.
Meet star Stuart Irwin.
Nothing's worse for an actor than a nasty cold. To feel better quickly, I take wonderful 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve cold distress.
Right. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
Take my advice. For your next cold, take 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve those cold miseries.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Our program will continue in a moment after a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute, add water, lather 1 minute, then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today.
And now, we continue with Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Miss Agnes Moorehead. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The police department. Get me the police department, please.
Thank you. We'll connect you with the police department.
Oh, dear heavens, Donald, can't you read them directly?
Standing there like I'm going to bring in a bag of fucking
Police Station Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department? Oh, this is Mrs. Stevenson. Mrs. Albert Smythe Stevenson of 53 North Sutton Place. I'm calling up to report a murder. I mean, the murder hasn't been committed yet, but I overheard plans for it over the telephone, over a wrong number that the operator gave me.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a perfectly definite murder. I heard their plans distinctly. 2 men were talking, and they were going to murder some woman at 11:15 tonight. She lived in a house near a bridge. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a private patrolman on the street. He was going to go around for a beer on 2nd Avenue, and there was some third man, a client, who was paid to have this poor woman murdered. They were going to take her rings and bracelets and use a knife. Well, it's just unnerved me dreadfully, and I'm not well.
I see, and when was all this, ma'am?
About 8 minutes ago.
And what was that number you were calling?
Murray Hill 40599, but that wasn't the number I overheard. I mean, Murray Hill 40599 is my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I was trying to reach him to ask him to come home. I'm an invalid, you know, and it's the maid's night off, and I hate to be alone, even though he says I'm perfectly safe as long as I have the telephone right beside my bed.
Well, we'll look into it, Mrs. Stevenson, see if we can check it with the telephone company.
Check it! I've already taken care of that.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and personally, I feel you want to do something far more immediate and drastic than just check the call. I'd say the whole thing calls for a search. A complete and thorough search of the whole city. I'm very near the bridge, and I'm not far from 2nd Avenue, and I know I'd feel a whole lot better if you sent around a radio car to this neighborhood at once.
And what makes you think the murder's going to be committed in your neighborhood, ma'am?
Well, I don't know. Only the coincidence is so powerful. 2nd Avenue, the patrolman, the bridge.
Look,
it's time for Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Sundays through Thursdays, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Len Levinson and directed by Max Hutto.
She actually changed into some party line and was talking about murdering some lady who's alone.
Here are Fibber and Molly before we get into our story.
Babies, babies, babies. I never saw so many cute-looking baby pictures before.
I like the one that's peeking out from one of the blankets.
You mean the little fella that wants to know if he's covered?
That's him. And that's a good question, too. Lots of people have been asking that lately.
Friends McGee and I are looking at some of the wonderful baby photographs in a little booklet put out by the Credential. It's called Plain Talk, and it answers the questions you've been asking about Social Security. Questions like, am I covered? How much will my family get if I'm not here? How much will I get when I'm 65?
This 30-page booklet gives you easy-to-understand facts and figures on Social Security benefits, and how much they are, and how to get them.
It's just loaded with information.
And loaded with those baby pictures we were talking about. They're cute and amusing, like we said, but they also do a good job pointing up those all-important questions and answers on Social Security.
You can get a copy of Prudential's Plain Talk without cost. Just scribble your name and address on a card and send it to Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Box 1212, Newark, New Jersey.
For a week now, Fibber, McGee, and Molly and Dr. Gamble have been on a reducing diet, all eating the same quantities of the same non-fattening foods. There's $30 at stake for the one who has lost the most weight. And in a couple of hours now, we're going to see who's the winner.
Well, that takes care of lunch. That's the last time I got to do without cream in my coffee.
I've gotten so I like it that way.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we'll find out who's lost the most weight when we get down to Dr. Gamble's office. That's been the hardest part of this whole thing for me, Doctor. Locking up our bathroom scale and not knowing how I'm getting along.
It just adds to the suspense, my dear. Sure, it makes it more like a sort of a sweepstakes. Boy, would I like to sweep a stake into my molars right now. I could...
Say, I never thought of it till now, but I could have put a little steak on that diet of ours. Lean steak.
Oh, now he tells me.
Yeah. As the governor of New York says to the governor of Pennsylvania, oh, fine. Don't you get it, kids? Look, the governor of Pennsylvania's name is John Fine, Governor Fine. When the New York governor says, oh, fine...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Well, at least it's topical. Current events.
It's not even current. Pennsylvania elected a new governor last November.
So did New York. Which governor did you mean, the old governor or the new governor?
Oh, skip it. Sorry I brought it up. Besides, if we're all going to be at Doc's office at 2 o'clock for the weigh-in, I got no time to fool around.
Where are you going?
Going out and do a little road work. Just to build up a little more lead on you two. Drop a little more weight. Make the $30 a lead pipe cinch.
Getting worried, are you?
You'll see after I trot around the block a few times. Well, I'll meet you down there, Molly. You take the car, okay?
Good luck.
I dream of Jeannie with the hash brown potatoes.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, Jeannie. Well, glad to see you. What's new?
Tom, Dick, and Harry.
This is before I
Tom,
drove
Dick,
jeans
and
for
Harry.
20 years.
They're new, I betcha.
Oh.
My dog Margaret,
Navy?
he had kittens yesterday, so we named them Tom, Dick, and Harry.
No. Just a minute, sis. Dogs don't have kittens.
Oh, Margaret did, I betcha.
What?
He had 3 little kittens up a tree, and he wouldn't let them down, and I got them down, and we named them Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Okay. Skip it. Well, I got to run along, Teeny. Going to do a little road work. So if you'll excuse me, I want to...
I'll go with you. I don't have to be back at school till 1 o'clock.
Oh, I don't think you'll like this, Teeny. I'm going to do a fast trot for about 1.5 miles, and...
Well, you just set the pace, mister. Set the pace. Not too fast, though. I have to take 3 steps to your 1, and my little bitty short legs, they get
Phew. Oh, boy. That was really work done. Oh, there you are, sis.
Hey, what took you so long that last 3 times around the block?
Frankly, I developed a slow leak in my enthusiasm. My energy went flat. Oh, let me get that drinking fountain, will you? I'm thirsty.
Can I press the button for you? Here, let me press it.
Thanks. No tricks now.
No. That's kid stuff. 3rd grade stuff. Gee, I can hardly wait till I get into the 3rd grade so I can do kid stuff.
Hey, I'm not through yet.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, you sure are thirsty.
Keep pressing the button. I ain't finished yet.
Sure. What'd you do all that fast trotting for, huh? Why did you do that, huh? Why did you?
I'm in a weight taking off contest, Teeny. See how much weight I can lose.
Oh?
Now you can let go now. I'm through.
Okay. Gee, you sure were thirsty.
Yeah. This weight taking off exercise sure dehydrates a guy. I bet I must have drunk a gallon of water just now, huh?
Sure you did, I betcha.
What's so hilarious about that?
Do you know how much a gallon of water weighs, huh, do you, huh?
Wait. Oh, my gosh, how much?
8 pounds, that's how much.
8 pounds? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Well, around the block again, McGee.
More fun with the McGees shortly.
What have Viceroys got that other filter-tip cigarettes haven't got?
What have Viceroys got that other filter-tip cigarettes haven't got?
What have Viceroys got that other filter-tip cigarettes haven't got?
Yes, what have Viceroys got? The answer is 20,000 tiny filters in every Viceroy tip. That's right. Inside every Viceroy tip is a vast network of 20,000 individual filters to filter your smoke over and over again. You get only the full, rich taste of Viceroy's choice tobaccos, and Viceroys draw freely, smoothly. So the next time you hear this question,
what have Viceroys got that other filter-tip cigarettes haven't got?
You know the answer. 20,000 tiny filters in every Viceroy tip. No wonder more people smoke Viceroys than any other filter-tip cigarette in the world. Get Viceroys today. King-size filter tip. Only a penny or two more than cigarettes without filters.
Five to 2. I'm a little early, but I'm so anxious to find out what I weigh. I just know I've lost weight, but I don't know if it's 5 pounds, 10 pounds.
Oh, hello, Mrs. McGee. Come on in.
Hello, Miss Ogilvy. Did McGee get here yet?
Come on in, kiddo. We're waiting for you. Hiya, Molly. We're all set.
Good. Have you got the money ready, Miss Ogilvy? Because I have a feeling that I'm the one.
Oh, your husband and Dr. Gamble were just expressing the same feeling, Mrs. McGee. I have the money here, $10 from each of you, and I have the pad that I wrote your weight down on last week when this contest started.
Well, you're the official weigher, Miss Ogilvy. Stand back, kids. I'll go first.
Hold still, Doctor.
How'd I do, huh? How much?
Let's see. Your starting weight was 231, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's, 3 pounds exactly.
Only 3? Did he gain it or lose it?
Oh, McGee.
He lost it. Now, you next, Mrs. McGee?
Sure. I know I lost more than that.
We'll soon see. Oh, yes, I think so. Let me look at your own weight. Good, you're 4.5 pounds lighter.
Oh, great, great.
Well, it looks like you're the one. No, it's very nice. But if you'll just climb down, Mrs. M., your husband will show you how a real weight loser loses weight. Okay, Miss Ogilvy. Just keep sliding that weight back, back, back. Whoop! That's it. What's it say?
Well, according to what you weighed last week and what you weigh now, you've lost 7.5 pounds.
What? 7.5? I don't believe it.
It was your own nurse that said it, Doctor.
Yeah, I win. $30. I told you I'd slice it off, that's all.
Well, congratulations, McGee. 7.5 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Certainly don't show it, but you win.
Boy, 30 simoleons. Well, you got it there, Miss Ogilvy, so let's have it.
Well, I have the money here, Mr. McGee, but before we pay off, I think you should weigh yourself one more time.
Huh?
In just exactly the way you were last week when I weighed you the first time to start the contest.
What do you mean?
With this object in your hand so that I couldn't see it, you thought.
What are you doing with the doorstop, Miss... Oh!
Did McGee hold that doorstop when you weighed him before, Miss Ogilvy?
Now, hold it now, hold it. Don't jump to any conclusions.
You hold it and climb back on that scale, Chisler.
Oh, it was just a gag, Docky. I was going to tell you later.
Oh, sure. After you'd spent the money. What's the scale say now, Miss Ogilvy?
Well, the doorstop weighs 6 pounds, Doctor, so actually Mr. McGee lost just 1.5 pounds.
Pound and a half, and after all my...
Oh, my. Well, that leaves me the winner.
Good for you. Pay her the money, Miss Ogilvy.
Oh, well, actually, it was probably an accident, Mrs. McGee, but, do you know that you were holding your purse under your arm when I weighed you last week, and you laid it on the desk there before I weighed you this time?
Uh-oh.
Well, let's keep everything fair and square, Miss Ogilvy. How much does the purse weigh?
Oh, 3 pounds.
Oh, and I just lost 1.5 pounds in a week.
Tied with me.
Well, I feel like a wasted week.
And me, I feel like a $30 winner. Pay off, Miss Ogilvy, pay off. But come on, let's have the 30. What are you standing there shaking your head like that for?
Well, I happened to be passing your office, Doctor, before Mr. and Mrs. McGee got here, and I peeked.
Oh? I don't know what you mean.
Dr. Gamble, let's keep everything fair and square. What was the doctor doing before we got here?
Unloading his pockets. Did you people ever see what a doctor carries around in his pocket?
Uh-oh.
Here, Doctor, I brought it all in for you. Reload.
Well,
Good
for mine.
When you look at the stuff, bottles, prescription pads, stethoscope.
I thought he looked a lot thinner standing on that scale just now than he did at breakfast this morning. He didn't look as lumpy as usual.
Don't forget your blood pressure kit, Doctor.
All right. I'm loaded. Now, let's see. What
you got?
Well, this is more like it. Doctor, you didn't lose 3 pounds. You only lost 1. Well, I'm afraid you've lost the bet, too.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. McGee get to split it between them with 1.5 pounds apiece.
How do you like that?
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. Well, friends, it's here. One of the most exciting food events of the new year. America's 7th Family Shopping Festival, sponsored by the Saturday Evening Post. Yes, all over the country, beginning tomorrow, in both chain and independent grocery stores. Look for the bright red pennant proclaiming the Post Family Shopping Festival and pointing the way to the favorite brands your family reads about in the pages of the Saturday Evening Post. The brands your family knows as Post-recognized values. So this week, why not get the whole family together to go? Mother will appreciate the help. Sis will enjoy shopping with an eye toward the day when she has a family of her own. And Pop and the lads will get a real boot out of shopping for those special treats men enjoy so much. So be sure to take your whole family to the Family Shopping Festival, sponsored by the Saturday Evening Post. Yes, it's fun to shop as a family, and it's smart to buy Post-recognized values.
Well, let's split the winnings, Molly. Here you are. $5 for you and 5 for me.
Thank you.
Not much, but it's clear profit.
Profit?
Sure.
Do you realize how much our grocery bill for the past week ran over? $3 for watercress, 2.5 for spinach, then those turnips and all that lettuce this time of the year.
Boy, we should have charged Doc board.
Oh, dear. I don't think that $5 bill you have is going to cover it.
Huh?
I'm going to have to contribute mine, too.
Oh, well. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber McGee and Molly is an NBC Radio Network production transcribed, with Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Campbell and Marion Richmond as Miss Ogilvy. This is John Wald, hoping you can join us again tomorrow night for more nonsense with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Join the great Gildersleeve and all his friends tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. What's the most difficult part of your home to keep clean? Isn't it your kitchen floor? Every time you have it looking nice, what happens? The delivery boy tracks it up, or you spill something, or the children bring in mud. But if you know the secret, it's no trouble at all to have a kitchen floor that's always clean and bright. Just get yourself some Johnson's Glow Coat. Believe me, that tough protective film of Glow Coat makes all the difference in the world. When you spill something on your linoleum, or when someone gets it dirty, you simply wipe the shining surface with a damp cloth. And right away, it comes up smiling. Right away, its patterns are clean, its colors bright and fresh. Now, I guess I don't have to tell you that Johnson's Glow Coat is self-polishing. There's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat shines as it dries. In 20 minutes, your linoleum and other floors are beautifully wax-polished and gleaming. Why not decide right now to have more beautiful floors and save yourself some work with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat? famous faces in history, the face that launched 1,000 ships, the face on the barroom floor, and so on, the most fascinating are to be found in the family photo album. And at 79 Wistful Vista, going over their album and wondering at the marvels of biology, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Get a load of this picture, will you? Get a load of it. Uncle Dennis. Got a collar like Hoover, a tummy like Taft, and a mouth like Bilbo.
The photographer must have had a brace around his neck. He certainly looks stiff.
He probably was. Remember the time Doc Gamble gave him a blood test and it come out 97 proof?
Don't be intolerant, dearie. None of us is perfect, you know.
I know, but I never knew a guy who worked so hard at being imperfect as Uncle Dennis. He's a... Hey, what's this picture? Looks like a picket line at a screwball factory.
That, my pet, is our class picture.
Oh.
7th grade, Peoria.
Oh, yeah.
You're in the middle of the front row with the catcher's mitt on. And I'm the sweet-looking child right behind you. Miss Fiditch is at the end there.
Well, what do you know? Miss Fiditch, our old school teacher.
And a very thrifty woman.
Yeah.
She used to scrape up the chalk dust and use it for face powder.
I used to hate all those teachers till I found out what they were being paid. Now I know they weren't mean. They were just hungry.
We were certainly a handsome group of kiddies, weren't we?
Yeah.
And isn't this a coincidence? That big Moran boy next to you.
Bull Moran? That jughead?
Yeah.
That muscle-bound bully? You know, we were friends all through school, and I hated him every minute of it.
But the coincidence is that I was just reading
Bull Moran, what a stoop. He had such a big Charlie horse between the ears, he couldn't think up the right answer to roll call.
Why did you hate him so, McGee? What did he do to you that everybody else wanted to and didn't?
He was a bully, and I wasn't. That's why. I was just a jolly, friendly, chubby little fellow, and he used to beat me up every day.
Oh, dear. Well, why did he pick on you?
Says I was easier on the knuckles than the skinny kids. But I got even with him all right. The day him and his family moved away, I put a skunk in his trunk.
Oh.
Oh, was he mad. He says he'd get me for it if it took 1,000 years.
Well, it won't take that long, dearie, because...
Nah, he didn't scare me, though. I waited all day long for that guy to show up. And when he didn't come, I went home.
Where were you waiting for him?
Down by the brewery. In a culvert. It was cooler under there. What were you going to say about him?
Oh, nothing, except that I read in the paper last night that he was here in Wistful Vista on business and to look up some old schoolmates.
Well, he needn't bother looking me up. I hate that guy like... What was that? Bull Moran here in town?
Sure.
Oh, my gosh, Molly. He'll beat the Junior. He says he'd get me if it took... That's him now. He's got me. Where's my glasses? Quick. He won't dare hit a guy with glasses.
Calm yourself, McGee. If that's Bull Moran, he's got much prettier legs than he had in a tracksuit. I saw them coming up the steps. Come in.
It's only I, Mrs. McGee, Elsie Merkel from the Wistful Vista Saloon of Beauty.
Elsie, sis, am I ever glad to see you. Now, have a chair. Now, have 2 chairs. Take the furniture. Tear out some wallpaper. The joint is yours.
He was expecting somebody else, Elsie.
Gee, and I was just beginning to be flattered. Queen Maria of Bohemia never had a welcome like that. But the reason why I come over here for, Mrs. McGee, was you left your compact in the beauty parlor. Here.
What, again? Why don't you carry your makeup in a stamped addressed envelope, Molly?
Thanks very much, Elsie. I'm sorry to have bothered you about it, but this is my favorite pancake makeup.
Pancake?
Yeah, Mr. McGee. They call it pancake makeup so people won't look at your greasy pan and wonder what's cooking.
How's everything at the beauty parlor, Elsie? Keeping you busy?
I'll say. I spent the whole morning working on Fifi Tremaine, the actress.
Fifi Tremaine? Hey, Molly, ain't that the filly that Doc Gamble and the trivia are whinnying at?
That's the one, all right. Say, Elsie, is Miss Tremaine a blonde or a brunette?
Well, she's a decided blonde, Mrs. McGee.
She is, huh?
Yeah, she decided a couple of months ago. Before that, she was dark as the inside of a horse.
Is she pretty glamorous, Elsie?
To a beauty operator such as I am one of, Mrs. McGee, glamour is strictly something that comes out of a jar. I've seen dames come in looking like they just got off a broom. And in 2 hours, they got fellas throwing diamond tiaras at them.
Well, Doc Gamble and Latrivia are both trailing her around like a busted garter. Doc's got her fever chart on his desk in a gold frame. And Latrivia gives her a motorcycle escort when she goes out to walk the dog.
Oh, it must be wonderful to have a doctor and a mayor in love with you. One keeps you out of the hospital and the other keeps you out of jail.
Incidentally, Mr. McGee, I heard some news about you today, too.
You did, eh?
What was it, Elsie?
Well, I was giving a lady a henna wrench. And she said she come home from her vacation on a train on which she met a very nice gentleman, which he used to go to school with Mr. McGee in Peoria. And he's going to be here in town, and the first thing he's going to do is to look you up.
You mean Bull Moran? Did he say anything else?
Oh, yes. But just then my assistant slapped a mud pack on the lady's face, which reminds me I got to get back and scrape her off. Goodbye.
You hear that, Molly? Bull Moran is in town, and he's after me. The big bully. My gosh,
Now, calm yourself, McGee. My goodness,
Well, if he wants to see me, by George, let him hunt for me. I ain't going to sit around here in the house like a clay pigeon. Where's my hat?
On the hall table.
Where's my glasses? I got to be wearing my glasses.
I don't know, McGee. You haven't worn those glasses
Oh, I got to have my glasses. It's a federal offense to hit a guy with glasses on. And oh, I know where they are. They're right here in the hall.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Old Buttermilk Sky.
Goodness, McGee, I'm tired of walking. Don't you know any streets where the sidewalks are softer?
You'll get your second win in a minute, kiddo. I got to keep circulating.
Why don't we go home and then if Mr. Moran shows
Oh,
up...
no, we don't. He's just the type of linthead that'll be after me with a sawed-off shotgun. And a moving target is harder to hit. I know alleys in this town where he'd never...
Oh, McGee, there's Officer Clancy waving to you.
Where?
Right over there. Take those silly glasses off so you can see.
Okay. But if you spot Moran, let me know so I can put him on again. Oh, hi, Clancy.
Hey, McGee, if it isn't just the laddie I've been after looking for. And how are you today, McCushla? The top of the morning to you.
And the balance of the day to yourself, Mr. Clancy.
Ah, McGurning. 'Tis yourself that has the soft wind off the lake of Killarney in her little throat. Sure, when I hear the likes of you speak with the voice of the little people, 'tis taking me back to the county clarities.
Oh, lay off it. You phony bog trotter. Closest you ever been to court was the last time you pulled one out with your teeth. What's on your mind, Clancy?
Well, now, me bucko, I've been assigned to this precinct to collect fees for dog licenses. Your dog is a male or a female?
We haven't got a dog, Clancy.
What? You haven't got a dog? A fine thing, so you don't like dogs.
Sure we like dogs. We just don't have
Listen to the man. Him and his wife living in a great big house, and never the room in it for a man's best friend. Never knowing the friendly touch of a cold nose. The honest love and devotion of a loyal animal like a dog. Ah, the shame of it.
Yeah, but Mr. Clancy...
And who would it be that waits in the door for you day after day? Never complaining, never criticizing, knowing all your faults and forgiving you for every one of them. Who is it?
Me. Look, Clancy, I know you're...
disappointed I am in you, McGee. The dirty selfishness of you, you Scot. A man that can't spare a warm corner by the fire for a friendly pup.
Yeah, but Mr. Clancy...
But never let it be said that Terence Francis Martin Joseph Clancy was one to stand for such things in his own precinct. How much can you afford to pay for a dog?
What do you mean, how much can we afford to
As it
pay?
happens, my own dog and a finer half Doberman, half Cocker Spaniel. Never bit a milkman. She had pups this very day, and to give him a home and the love of a good man, I'm letting you have one for $35.
Yeah, but we don't...
Quiet, my poor niece. It's not a cent more will I take. It's like selling your own child, it is. And breaks the heart of me to part with it. I'll be over tonight.
Now, wait a minute.
That'll be 35 for the pup and 3 for the license. Good day to you. And it's proud I am to know that God loves it as well.
I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, to say nothing of a Doberman stepfather. Look, McGee, I'm going into Kramer's drugstore a minute. I've got to sit down a while.
Okay, you go in first and look around. If Bull Moran is in there, give me a signal.
All right. If you see me in the front window, turning cartwheels, he's in there. If I had a handspring and double-back somersault, it'll mean that...
Oh, cut it out, Molly. I'm serious. See him any place?
No, I don't, Jerry. I think you're safe. My goodness, you're as nervous as a cow in deer season.
Wait till I look around. If Bull Moran knows I'm in...
Oh, McGee, look who's right behind
Drop
us.
that gun, Moran. Don't you lay a finger on the... Oh! Hi, Junior. I thought you were somebody else.
Gee whiz, pal, you're shaking like a jellied consomme. What's the matter with you?
Well, an old school fellow McGee's is in town, Mr. Wilcox. He's looking for McGee, and McGee doesn't want to see him.
If he catches up with me, Junior, he'll take me apart like a Sunday paper.
You mean this feud has lasted since your school days?
Yeah.
Since the 7th grade in Peoria, Mr. Wilcox. When this boy moved away from town, himself here put a skunk in his trunk. A rather novel going-away present, you'll admit.
That dirty bully. It served him right after the way he used to beat me up on the way to school every day.
Hey, want me to stick around with you, pal? Between us, we can lay this guy colder than an Eskimo's muckluck.
I don't know, Junior. He's awful big.
I don't remember him as being so big, McGee.
Oh, you don't, eh? You never looked at him with your eyes full of knuckles. He used to pace me so hard.
Hey, speaking of paste, I've got to call the office.
Huh?
We're expecting a big shipment of Johnson's paste wax.
Okay, but as I was saying, Junior, this guy used to hit me with
The
every...
paste wax is making a terrific hit around Wistful Vista, you know, the way it protects and preserves and beautifies floors, furniture, windowsills, and luggage. It's so wonderful.
Yeah, we know, Mr. Wilcox, but this big bully that McGee
That's
is...
what I was saying. Johnson's paste wax does such a bully job of guarding wood and leather and enamel surfaces against dust and dampness, protecting it against all those...
Yes. We know. But that don't protect me against Bull Moran.
Against who?
Bull Moran, Mr. Wilcox. That's the brute McGee is dodging.
Well, why didn't you say so? I was just talking to him about you.
What? Where is he?
In the back of the store, in the phone booth. He'll be out in a minute, I guess.
McGee, come back here. McGee! Hold it, McGee. I can't run another block. Heavenly days. Let's sit on this park bench a minute.
Okay. You face that way, and I'll face this way. I don't want to get caught unawares.
McGee, I'll do no more dodging. I'm worn out. We've covered this town like a January snow. If you keep this up, people will think you're afraid to face Bull Moran.
I know one guy who already thinks I'm afraid.
Who?
Me. Look, Snooky, a guy like Moran don't swear revenge on a guy like me and then follow his trail for all these years just to show him pictures of the wife and kids. This is a dangerous situation.
It's frog?
Yes.
Ah, there, McGee.
Oh, no, you don't, man. Put that knife down. You can't. Oh. Hi, Doc. I thought you were somebody else. Can't see very good with these glasses on.
And why do you wear them, you little ignoramus? Most people don't wear glasses when they should. It's even more stupid to wear them when you don't have to. But who am I to talk to an expert on stupidity?
It's for protection, Doctor. One of his old enemies is after him.
Yeah, he don't dare hit me when I got glasses on.
Well, that's an interesting theory. Were you ever a railroad man, McGee?
No, he wasn't, Doctor.
Why, Aerosmith? What made you think I was a railroad man?
I just wondered. So many of your motives are loco.
Well, I don't think it's very strange now to want to get your head kicked off, Doctor. Incidentally, you have a bit of a feud on yourself, haven't you?
Who, me?
Oh, don't give us that who me routine, fatso. You know what she's talking about. The trivia beating your time with Fifi Tremaine.
My dear boy, when you speak the name of Miss Tremaine, I'd advise you to keep a civil tongue in your tiny little head.
Oh, he didn't mean any disrespect, Doctor, I'm sure.
Why, certainly not, Cat So Happy.
Well.
And don't make any threats to me, too, either. I could tie your oversized neck in a lover's knot before you could say Robinson Crusoe.
You mean Jack Robinson?
I can spot him 3 syllables and still do it.
Relax, Supermouse. Remember, I am familiar with every weary corpuscle in your weird little body, and you don't own a muscle that has the tensile strength of a poached egg. You have the reaction time of a leaking molasses jug and the nervous system of a pinball machine. Tilted.
Yeah, but listen
Your
here.
coordination is that of a sack of potato chips. And you haven't the stamina to hold your ticket stub through the newsreel.
That sounds awful. I wonder who his doctor is.
Touche, my dear. Touche.
Now that I resent. I don't wear a touche, and you know it. I got as much hair now as I had when I was 16, and by George...
skip it, bird brain. I haven't time to bandy words any further. If your old friend catches up with you, maybe we can all get together tonight. I'll make your reservation.
Where, Doctor?
In the fracture ward. Good luck with it, Bellmouth. The King's Men sing My Darling Clementine.
In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for mine, dwell a miner, 49er, and his daughter Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine. She was light and like a fairy, and her boots were number 9. Packing cases strung with laces were the shoes for Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine, you are lost and gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine. Oh, she was driving little ducks to water while the Seaport clock was striking 9. When she caught her foot, stumbled on a root, stumbled down to the brine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling, Clementine, Clementine. You are lost and gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine. Her ruby lips above the water flowing bubbles, soft and fine. Alas, I could not swim, the fisher boy saved Clementine. Oh, my darling Clementine, and now she's married to the fisher boy. That's how I lost the Clementine. Oh, my darling, oh, my pretty little darling, oh, my darling Clementine, Clementine, you are lost, you're lost to me, gone forever, dreadful sorry Clementine, dreadful sorry Clementine.
Hurry up, Molly. Let's get in the house and... What you got?
A note. It was pinned to the door.
Bring it inside. That's it.
Oh, it's for Mr. Moran. Listen, it says, remember me? You were out, but I'll be back. Signed, Bull Moran.
Well, it's got to come. It's got to come. I'll fight him.
Good for you.
I have to. I'll fight him square and fair. Where's my ball bat? I got to have my ball bat.
It's merely trivia, dearie. Come in. Hello, Hello, Mr. Mayor. Come right in.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
How you been, Latriv? I haven't seen you lately.
No, I've been extremely busy lately, McGee. Civic meetings, things of that sort.
You were having a little argument with that bar association of yours, weren't you? How did that come out?
Oh, I haven't seen her since I met Miss Tremaine. I stopped going to Joe's place. Oh, that bar association.
That's the one we meant, yes.
Oh, yes. Well, we reached an agreement.
That's good. Personally, I'm glad to hear you haven't been dating anyone else since you met Tracy.
Thank you. I wish I could say the same for her.
As the guy said when he saw the baby take a hammer to his watch, is somebody beating your time, Latriv?
I'd rather not discuss it, if you don't mind, McGee.
Of course not, McGee. Naturally, His Honor doesn't want to talk about it if Dr. Gamble's moving in on him.
Okay. But I predicted this, you know. I predicted that when Gamble moved in, she'd drop Latriv like a hot Secretary of Commerce.
I have not been dropped. Like a hot anything. For your information, McGee, I have just advised Miss Tremaine to make up her mind between Dr. Gamble and myself.
Boy, is your neck out.
I have invited her to the football game tomorrow. I have tickets on the 50-yard line. But it now seems that she would prefer going with Dr. Gamble because she can ride in the ambulance. Does that sound like sense?
No, but it sounds like a woman, Your Honor.
I can only take so much. I wouldn't take her to the football game now if she came to me on bended knees and beseeched me to please take her.
I'm not here, Molly. Tell that mug I'm out of town.
I won't tell the man a deliberate lie, McGee.
Well, shall I get it?
Yes, you get it.
Yeah. Hello? Yes. Yes, this is Chucky. Oh. What? You will go to the game with me? Wonderful. What? Yes, yes. Of course we can ride out there on the fire engine. Yes, Phoebe. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. And that was... that was Miss Tremaine. Good day.
Boy, oh boy, is he ever loopy. Look at that guy go up the sidewalk, Molly. His feet aren't even touching the pavement.
Ah, love. You know, what are you doing with the ball bat, McGee?
I'm putting it away. I'm not going to use it, Molly. Fight or no fight.
Good for you.
I found a length of gas pipe.
No, now, McGee, it's ridiculous for two grown men.
Who is it? Who is it? Can you see?
No, but talk to him.
No.
I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
Surely he won't hit a woman and...
Sure. We'll both talk to him. Stand right up here. Come in. Oh, what do you want, Bud? We don't need any magazines.
Oh, I'm not selling anything, sir. I'm looking for Mr. McGee.
Yeah? Well, I'm McGee.
I thought you were. I'm Richard Moran. Bull Moran. Remember?
Oh, my goodness.
You should beat him up.
Well, for the love... Nobody calls me Bull anymore, of course. I must have been awfully big for my age in those days, because you know something? I never grew an inch after the 7th grade.
You didn't grow, eh? Oh, what do you know about that? Am I glad to see you?
Oh, thank you.
I've been looking all over town for you, Moran.
Yes?
Step right out in the yard here.
Remember the time you put that mouse up my pants leg and tied that cup together?
McGee, now don't...
The time you nailed my shoes to the floor?
Oh, dear, McGee! McGee, don't! Let the man up, McGee! No!
Do you own a pre-war automobile? If you do, chances are you're getting a little tired of trying to keep up its appearance. But with new cars so scarce, it's still a smart thing to do, isn't it? I guess that's the number one reason for using Johnson's Car New, the car polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. Believe me, you'll have to go a long, long way to find a better car polish than Car New. It really rolls up its sleeves and goes to work on your car. With surprisingly little effort on your part, Car New gets rid of every trace of ground-in dirt and road grime. And when you've finished, your old bus really shines. Perhaps you don't know that Johnson's Car New is a liquid car polish. You rub it on, then let it dry to a white powder. And off comes all the dirt and dullness when you wipe off that powder. Sounds like just the car polish you've been looking for, doesn't it? How about giving your old car a beauty treatment this week with Johnson's Car New?
Tell us, Mr. Moran, whatever happened with the skunk himself here put in your trunk?
Yeah, I heard you were pretty sore about that, Bull.
Oh, yes, at first. But we collected $500 damage from the moving company for that. Father invested it and made his first million.
Heavenly days. What are you doing for a living now, Mr. Moran?
Oh, nothing. For several years, I spent my time endowing all my old schoolmates. $100,000 apiece. I wrote to McGee several times, but he never answered.
Is it too late now, Bull?
I'm afraid so. What with taxes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
They call me a pimp, cause I walk with a strut. Fuck over slip.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Company with Jim Jordan as Fibber, Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I Gotta Get Some Shut-Eye. Here's an announcement of interest to every housewife. The sponsors of this program are making you a real bargain offer. For a limited time only, you can buy Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in special giant-size cans for the same price you usually pay for the regular pound and pint sizes. These big cans are 1/3 larger, giving you 1/3 more wax or glow coat at no extra cost. Now, the supply of these special giant-sized cans is limited. So to avoid disappointment, we urge you to go to your dealer in the morning or phone him and buy several cans of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat at this money-saving price. House cleaning days are near at hand. You'll certainly want to have both wax and glow coat ready for convenient use. So get a supply now while you're offered 1/3 more for your money. These special giant-sized cans are on sale at hardware, grocery, paint, drug, and department stores. See your dealer tomorrow without fail. Fibber's memory has been getting very bad, so we don't know why it should disturb him, as he's done nothing worth remembering. However, he's decided to take the famous Gildersleeve memory course. And here, talking to the Gildersleeve representative who has just delivered the sample lessons, we find Fibber Zing Went the String on My Finger McGee.
give me results, eh, Bud?
Oh, it certainly will, McGee. I'm a Gildersleeve graduate myself, and I know.
Oh, you are, eh? By the way, what was your name again? It slipped my mind.
Dalrymple. Cyrus L. Dalrymple.
Well, look, Si, just what is the principle of the Gildersleeve memory course?
In one word, association.
Association.
Linking words and ideas.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, you meet a man named Pike.
Okay, where do I meet him and what time? I'll wear a red carnation, so...
No. This is just for instance.
Oh, I catch on to it.
Now then, McGee, you meet this man Pike, and what do you associate the word Pike with?
Fish.
Very good. Now then, every time you meet this man, your mind produces the mental image of a fish. So how would you greet him?
I'd say, hi, walleye.
No, his name is Fish. No, that isn't it either. Well, anyway, you get the idea, McGee. Now, what is my name?
Your name? You got a bad memory, too?
Come, I know my name, of course. But do you know it? I told you less than a minute ago.
Oh, let me think. Shucks, can you beat that? Well, of course, I ain't started the lessons yet, Bud. Now, turn your back to me a minute.
Huh?
That's it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, turn around.
All right.
Yep, I remember your face. That ain't bad for a start, is it?
Now, listen, McGee. My name is Dalrymple, Cyrus L. Dalrymple. Now then, what do you associate with the word Cyrus?
A slingshot.
A slingshot?
Yeah.
For goodness sake, why?
Well, I had a cousin named Cyrus, and when we was kids, he hit me with a slingshot right behind the barn.
Well, all right, if that's what you associate it with. Now, what does Dalrymple recall to you?
A slingshot.
Again?
Certainly, Dalrymple makes me think of Cyrus, and Cyrus makes me remember the slingshot.
No.
Hey, I think I'm beginning to catch on to this here stuff, Bud. You leave them sample lessons here, and if I like them, I'll take the complete course.
Splendid. And when you complete this course, mark my words, your memory will be just as good as mine. Well, goodbye, McGee.
Good day, slingshot.
Dalrymple.
Oh, yes. Slingshot L. Dalrymple.
No.
Hey, Bud.
Yes?
You forgot your hat.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Good day.
Oh, well, I suppose even Einstein gets his check stubs balled up now and then. Now, let's see these lessons. Everyone is born with a good memory. Oh, yeah? When you dream of falling, that is a racial memory. You are remembering something that happened when our ancestors were leaping from limb to limb of the trees. I wonder what he means by that. Ain't a tree surgeon in my whole family. So long. No. Forgot again. Come in.
Oh, Miss McGee. Oh, man, so glad to find you at home.
Hi, Uppy. What's on your mind?
Tell me, Miss McGee, are we alone?
Are we alone? Why, Abigail, I didn't know you cared.
Why, please, Miss McGee, I wasn't speaking from a romantic point of view. Oh, my. Oh, you silly boy. But now, seriously, can anyone overhear us?
Either way I answer, Uppy, you or Johnson's Wax is going to be unhappy. I hope we're being overheard. Folks, don't listen for a minute. Uppy's got something confidential she wants to tell me. Go ahead, Uppy, quick.
Well, possibly you know, Mr. McGee, that I own the famous 10-carat Raja diamond, and I was too late to get it back to the bank vault before it closed today, and I'm simply terrified to keep it at my home overnight. Would you keep it for me, please?
Oh, me? Oh, now, wait a minute, Uppy. Am I the only one you can trust with it?
Well, no, not exactly, Mr. McGee. Dear Horatio offered to sit up all night and guard it. Oh, but I couldn't have the poor boy losing his sleep.
Say, don't let that guy guard no diamonds, Uppy. His old man was a crook, and he's a gyp off the old block.
Now, please, Mr. McGee, Horatio always speaks well of you.
Horatio K. Boomer speaks well of me? Actor.
Why, of course he does. Why, only last night he was saying that if you and he were lost in the woods with only a knife between you, he'd let you have it. I thought that was very noble of him, really.
I think I get the point, Uppy.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes. Oh, well, anyway, here's the diamond, Mr. McGee, and thank you so very much for keeping it for me. Well, goodbye. Goodbye.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at that diamond. What a hunk of ice. Looks like Sonia Henny's backyard. Uh-oh, I better hide it quick. Where'll I put it? Uh-oh, I'll drop it in this glass of water. They'll think it's an ice cube. Good thing I thought of that. Come in. Hello, Fibber. Say, do you remember the song you asked Don Novus to sing? No, I don't, Billy. My memory's terrible. What was it? I found $1 million baby in the 5 and 10 cent store. Did I ask for that? Is he going to sing it? No, we didn't think it would be good judgment during income tax week. Oh. What's he going to sing then? Penny Serenade. Oh, well, that's quite a discount. Well, go ahead, Billy. Folks, Donald Novus singing Penny Serenade. Take it, kid.
Once I prayed neath the window of a lovely, lovely lady, and she smiled while I softly played my penny serenade. See, you can hear it for a penny. Just a penny serenade. In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade. See, hear my love song for a penny. Just a penny serenade. In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream, she was gone, my poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember. In her heart, she will always hear my penny serenade. See, you can hear it for a penny. See, just a penny serenade. Just a penny serenade. Just a penny serenade.
Folks, that was a charming little operetta entitled Penny Serenade. Beautifully sung by Donald Duck, or no. Donald Novus. That rat my memory. Better get busy and study my lessons. Guess I better lock the doors and windows if I'm going to study with a 10-carat diamond in the house.
Hello there, Johnny. Remember me?
Yes, I remember you. You're old Addison Sims of Seattle. How'd that big deal in Peruvian peanut butter turn out? Or was the issue spread too thin?
Hey!
Never mind, I was just practicing my memory course.
Matter, Johnny, getting kind of forgetful.
Always been forgetful, old-timer. Why, even when I was a kid in college, I was the despair of old Professor Knox. So just to please him, I left school, saying as I departed, I'm sorry I can't remember things, so just try and forget me not. Forget-me-not McGee, I was known as in them days.
Hey!
Forget-me-not McGee, frankly a fearful prophet, taking a friendly familiarity with folks' faces, frequently frightened that my family would find my faculty for first flights of fancy was a false front, forever fumbling for a false imitate the free flow of faultless phrases, and finding a fleeting flame is the forgetfulness fellow who ever fools with his facts and figures from the frigid fields of the far-flung north to the flooded flats of the farm of Ford.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, say. I see where this here Sally Rand is operating what she calls a nude ranch at the San Francisco Fair. That's so, says t'other feller, with his eyes bugging out. Did you get out any invitations? No, says the first feller, slapping his leg. Just a bare announcement. I was out there to take a look, Johnny. You could tell there was cowgirls, all right. There was chaps hanging all around the wall.
Nude ranch, eh? No wonder they're holding that fair on island. Everybody wants to land in a seaplane. Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, yeah, lesson number 3. Visualize your thoughts. Form mental pictures, and by association...
Hello there, Fibber.
Oh, hi there. No, wait a minute. Your name is right on the tip of my tongue.
Say, what is this? You know my name.
Sure I do, but let me think of it myself. I can recall it by association. He's got something to do with floors. He sells something that prevents scratches, scars, and marks. Marks. Harpo marks. Harpo Wilcox. Hi, Harpo.
Say, will you talk sense? What's this all about?
I'm taking a memory course, Harpo. Wonderful, too. See how easy I remembered your name with just a little effort?
Well, the lessons haven't done you much good so far. Here, let me test it a little further.
Okay.
Now, what have I said ever since we've been on the air? About our product.
About our product? Let me think. I know it was something favorable.
Oh, yeah.
You usually say something about how
is it to use?
Watch your grammar there, Harpo. You mean, how is it to you?
No, to use. U-S-E.
Oh, well, now let me think. I believe you always say something kind of childish about that there.
No, I don't either. I say that Glow Coat is so easy to use that a child can apply it. Now, what do I say about there being no need for so-and-so and so-and-so?
Which two so-and-sos you mean, Mills and Novus?
No. I mean, where I say there's absolutely no blank or blank.
No rubbing or buffing, right?
Correct. Now, fill in these blanks. Just spread a little...
Sweetness and light?
No. Glow Coat. Just spread a little Glow Coat on the floor or linoleum with the long-handled...
Frying pan?
No. The long-handled applier. Then wait. How many minutes?
Oh, what's the difference? I ain't in no hurry.
20 minutes. Only 20 minutes till the Glow Coat dries to a beautiful... Beautiful what?
Housewife?
No. It dries to a beautiful mirror-like what?
Let me think. Dries to a beautiful mirror-like,
Finish.
I'm trying to if you leave me alone. Beautiful mirror-like,
Finish.
Cat Rabbit, quit nagging at me. I nearly had it there once. Oh, shucks, I give up.
So do I. Goodbye.
I hope the sponsor didn't notice he went out without giving his sales talk. Now, let's see. Lesson number 3. Names of objects may often be associated with... Hey, what was that noise? Who's there?
Nobody!
Thank goodness for that. Yes, I'm just nervous. Having that big diamond in the house, and they say there's a bunch of crooks in town, too. Uh-oh. Sneak thieves. Who is it? You're right, it's a burglar. A robber. What makes it that way?
you trying to do? Make me conspicuous?
Yeah, I've got you covered. I've got you covered. No monkey business, Hal. Raise your hands. This is a stick-up.
Did you say stick up or hiccup?
Come on, get your hands. Get your hands. Stick them up.
Okay, but if you keep jerking like that, be careful. That gun might go off.
Oh, no, it won't. I got the safety catch on. I think.
You think? Well, don't you know?
Well, I'm not positive. I'm not sure. Say, are you familiar with firearms?
Well, yeah, fairly. Give me that gun, and I'll tell you if you got the safety catch on.
Well, you promise to give it right back?
Certainly. What do I want with it? You're the burglar.
Well, that's lost. Yeah, that's right. Here, take a look.
The safety catch is on, Bud, but what you got that cork stuck in the end of the barrel for?
Oh, that's a silencer. All right, hand over the Roger Diamond.
Oh, I won't never do no such a thing. I ain't got no diamond here. Now, you go away. I got some studying to do.
Hey, what's the matter with you? You aren't even frightened. Scared.
I ain't. I'd be silly to get scared with my memory. The minute you leave, I will have forgotten all about it. Incidentally, you better do something about them hiccups, Bud. How'd you get them?
Oh, my kid brother. He gave them to me.
Are they contagious?
Oh, no. But he put some Mexican jumping beans with my bicarbonate of sodamid tablets. Well, I'll be going. Good night. So long.
The way that guy jerks, he could get a job as a chauffeur on a pogo stick. Well, folks, while I study up on my memory course, Billy Mills will accompany the four notes singing... Oh, shucks, there I go again. Hey, Billy, I forgot the number.
Good heavens.
Oh, yes. The four notes singing Blue Skies. Take it, kid. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long. Oh, oh, oh. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. I was blue as I could be. Every day was a cloudy day for me. Then good luck came a knocking at my door. Skies were gray, but they're not gray no more. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Blue birds singing a beautiful song. There's nothing like bluebirds from now on. Never saw the sun that shines so bright. I never saw things that don't so right. Noticing the days are hurrying by. Blue skies all day long. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Very good, four notes, very good. If you keep singing like that, I'll have to raise your salaries if I didn't have such a terrible memory for little things like that. Now, let's see, I better check up and see if that diamond is still in that glass of water. Yep, at least I remembered where that was. Now for lesson number 5. When hearing a stranger's name for the first time...
Ah, there. Good evening, Pivot Tooth.
Oh, hi, Boomer. What can I do for you? Or you do me for something?
I come on an errand of mercy, Scatterskull. Yes. Mercy, what an errand. I come to relieve you of the responsibility of keeping the Roger Diamond at the suggestion of my dear Abigail, Mrs. Uppington, to you, hoi polloi.
Oh, yeah, that's what you say, Boomer. But I don't give that diamond to nobody but her, understand?
Come. Let us not bandy words. Hand over the sparkler, prune pit. Must I resort to violence?
Well, that's a nice resort if you can afford to stay there, Boomer. What's your authority?
Authority? The authority of the man who expects soon to be joined in matrimony to the dearest girl in hadn't you heard? We're very glad to have you at the ceremony, Freckleneck. You can be a brakeman on the bride's train. The diamond whistle stopped. The diamond. Come.
Nothing doing. Unless you got a note from Mrs. Uppington authorizing me to give it to you.
Why, certainly. A note.
You betcha.
I have a note right here. Someplace. Where I put that note? Here's a beautiful pigskin wallet I found in the gutter with a drunk lying on top of it. Small wiretapping outfit. Tap on the wire has saved me many a tap on the shoulder.
Come on, Boomer, quit stalling. Let's see the note.
Oh, yes, the note. I put that note. Let's see, here's a set of false teeth. I'm training them to snap at pickpockets. Periscope for looking over transoms. Very handy to locate house detectives when checking out of hotels. Look before you leave and peek before you pack. 6 keys to post office boxes. When I get one more, I'll send them to Jim Farley. 7 keys to Ballpate. A check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No.
I thought so.
Imagine my embarrassment. Well, it must be all. Have to see my lawyer about getting a rubber check vulcanized. Good day, Chimney Pot.
Good old Boomer. He was born in the lap of luxury, but she stood up. Let's see now. Lesson 6. You can train your memory. Come in.
Oh, Mr. McGee. Well, I just got in touch with my banker, and he's consented to open the bank vault for me so I can put my diamond away. I'm so sorry to have troubled you, really.
Oh, that's all right, Uppy. Have a chair while I try and remember where I put it.
Good gracious. Don't you remember where you put it?
Well, no, but don't worry. I've taken 5 lessons in my memory course now, and I won't have no trouble with it. Now, where did I put that diamond? Diamond? I wonder...
Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, please. Oh, now, if you couldn't find it, I should... Oh, it would be so... Oh, I feel so faint.
Oh, take it easy, Uppy.
Oh.
Here, drink this glass of water.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, not so fast. Oh. Now you made me swallow the ice and all.
Just take it easy, Uppy, till I remember where I put that diamond.
Oh, try, Mr. McGee. Try. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Now, let me take it out by association according to lesson number 2. I'll visualize it. A diamond makes me think of a ring. A ring, a bell. Bell recalls a church. Church makes me think of a wedding. Wedding. Honeymoon. Niagara Falls. Falls. Water. Glass. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Mr. McGee, why do you look at me like that?
Uppy, are you on a diet?
No.
Well, this would be a good time to start.
Why?
You just swallowed 10 carrots.
In just a moment. But now we want to remind you again of the special bargain offer on Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat now being featured by your dealer. By acting at once, you can get Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat in big, giant-sized cans containing 1/3 more than the regular pound and pint sizes. You pay not a penny extra for these giant cans, and you get 1/3 more for your money. Don't miss this opportunity. The giant-sized cans are going fast. When they're gone, there won't be any more. During the past week, thousands of women have taken advantage of this bargain offer. You'll be money ahead if you get a supply of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat during this special sale. Make a note of it now and ask your dealer tomorrow for Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat in the giant size can, which gives you 1/3 more at no extra cost.
Folks, we just got a report from the hospital that Mrs. Uppington and the Diamond are both doing well. I sure am glad I decided to do something about my memory. I'm like the guy who joined the girls to forget the Foreign Legion.
Hey, Fibber, Fred Allen used that one weeks ago.
Oh, but that ain't the point, Harpo. I remembered it. Good night, folks.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night when we'll have another visit from our old friend Jesus Pitt. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, another tale well calculated to keep you in Dead Man's Story, written for suspense by Robert Arthur. The time, late on a foggy night. The place, a room on New York's west side near the docks, where the faint hooting of foghorns comes in the window. Lying on the bed, a man listens to them and knows that beyond those walls, windows, and locked door, 10,000 men of the New York City Police Force are looking for him. Then comes a knock on the door, which means life or living death.
I'd like to ask you a question. Have you ever been in a shipwreck and drowned at sea? No, I don't expect you to answer that. But just in case you're wondering, I can tell you it's a very interesting experience. My name, Larry King. My record, 1 term at Sing Sing, 1 term at Plattsburgh, 1 term at Auburn Prison. 3 terms, all for acquiring sums of money that weren't legally mine. Making me a 3-time loser. A very uncomfortable position to be in, especially since there was a 4th charge against me and I was hiding out, quite broke and without much hope when she came to my rescue, as she had so often before.
Larry. Larry, it's Julia.
Julia, come in quickly. How'd you find me?
You phoned me. Oh, Larry, why did you do it?
Very good question. Just a bad habit, I guess.
What do you promise?
I never was very good at keeping promises, was I?
This time will be sentenced for life.
No, that's occurred to me, Julia. But you shouldn't have come here.
Couldn't need it. Needed it to be caught.
You always turn up when I need you, Julia. Why?
Because I remember the good things about you, not the bad. These good things about our 4 years together.
It's time you thought of yourself now. Your present husband, a bank executive. He wouldn't like to know that you still come to want help.
Can't help it. You'll have to get out of the country. I'll raise the money, sell some of my jewels. He will help me find a freighter captain who will take me to South America. Will you let me do this one last thing for you, Larry?
Yes, Julia. And I promise not to come back. Three days later, Julia got a message to me. I slipped out and met her down by the docks. We went on board and the captain led us down a corridor. This way. Be very quiet.
Yes, of course.
This is the cabin. You have the money?
This envelope. $2,100 bill.
Old bills. Good. We sail in 5 minutes. Oh, baby. This is it. There's never any good at saying goodbye.
I know. It doesn't matter. Here's the passport.
His name is Charles Riker now. And here's $3,000. All I could raise.
You won't get into trouble about the jewelry?
No. Tom will never notice it's gone.
Judy. In spite of everything, I want you to know that there was never anyone else for me but you.
Larry.
That's it, Julia.
Yes. Of course. Goodbye, Larry. Goodbye.
Bye, sweetheart. Half an hour later, from the porthole of my cabin, I could see the lights of Manhattan fading away. I had nothing to do but wait. The ocean rolled away behind us. The weather grew milder. And on the 17th day, we entered a Honduran port. As soon as we docked, I met the captain on deck.
Are you ready to go ashore, senor?
Ready as I'll ever be.
You have a passport?
I have a passport. I am not expecting trouble.
One hopes not, but it is easy to be sure, senor.
How?
The customs officer is my friend. For $1,000, I can guarantee no trouble.
You can you? And if I don't pay off, you might just tip a word to the customs officer?
No, senor, I did not say that.
And maybe the money would wind up in your pocket? I smell a rat, and it's you.
It is a mistake to speak to me this way. We should be friends.
Friends? Listen, you're chiseler. You're not putting the squeeze on me. You see what I have in my pocket?
God, senor,
I'm warning you. We're walking down that gangplank together. If things go smoothly, fine. If they don't, I'll shoot.
You would not dare.
It wouldn't be any worse for me than returning to the States to face life imprisonment. In fact, the idea of shooting you rather appeals to me.
The senor makes a very funny joke. There will be no trouble.
There wasn't any trouble. Half an hour later, I had a tiny room in a fourth-rate hotel, hot as a baker's oven, and was stretched out on a sagging bed, listening to bad mambo music and staring at the cracks, spiders, and flies in the ceiling. This was freedom. But I was already beginning to wonder if it wasn't overrated. As the weeks went by, I wondered more. The food, if anything, was better at Sing Sing. I couldn't work, you see. I couldn't leave. I couldn't do anything except save my money and see how long I could hold out. This might have gone on for a year if it hadn't been for my visitor one evening. Come in. Oh, I thought it was a houseboy. Afraid you got the wrong room, mister.
I don't think so, King. Lieutenant Sanders of the New York Police.
Oh, you sure you got the right party?
I was never more sure of anything.
How'd you find me?
An anonymous letter a couple of weeks ago. Somebody who couldn't write English very well.
Yeah, that figures. But suppose I say I'm not going back with you.
I have the extradition papers. In the end, you'll have to go. How do you have it, easy or hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm tired of this place. Have a drink? That cop Sanders wasn't a bad guy. I spent a day showing him the sights. And we went aboard the freighter SS Port Royal, loaded with bauxite ore for the trip back to the States. After a week, we put in at Caymanera, Cuba, to load deck cargo. Next morning, we weighed anchor and started through the Windward Passage. It was then, with New York, the next stop, that I really began to wonder if I'd done the right thing in giving in so easily.
Well, it's time to turn in. Want a nightcap?
No, thanks.
All right, put out your left hand.
What for?
I'm handcuffing you to the bunk.
Why? Where would I go?
I've been a cop long enough to know what a prisoner is thinking. We're in the Bahama Channel now, passing one island after another. It wouldn't be too tough to cut a life raft loose.
You got me all wrong.
I'm playing it safe. Put out your hand.
Oh, now look, Lieutenant.
Something's wrong. That's the emergency signal.
Look out, Lieutenant! Sanders!
My chest. See if you can lift the bunk off my chest.
Sure. Just hang on now.
You hear that? Means trouble. They're abandoning ship.
Now, take it easy. I'll help you. Up under there in a minute.
And so you
What's wrong? I can't open it. It's jammed.
Try breaking it down. Hurry!
I can't break it. It's metal.
Well, try yelling.
Help! Help! We're coming to help!
There's no answer. Everyone's getting on the ship fast. There go the lights. Ooh. I was listening. We're going down fast. Put the big hole in. Oh, you. They've all gone. Notice how quiet it is?
Yes.
We're below the surface. We're going down now to the bottom. Feel the pressure in your ears?
We can't be going down yet. There's no water in here. We're still breathing.
The end of the ship must hold an air pocket. That's the only reason we aren't dead. But we're living on borrowed time.
In just a moment, we will return for the second act of Suspense.
2 hours later, we were still alive. We shouldn't have been, but we were. The deck slanted at a 35-degree angle, and everything was completely silent, except for the beating of our hearts.
King?
Yes, Lieutenant.
I don't feel so good. Every breath feels like the last. But we're still alive. Well, there's life, there's hope.
Some hope. 2 men trapped in a cabin full of air in a sinking ship 50 feet underwater. Who's going to come by and rescue us?
You never can tell.
What was that?
Cargo's shifting. Bulkhead's giving way, maybe. Feel the ship move. We're rolling to a different angle now. What was that?
The shift unjammed the cabin door. It just swung open. Using my cigarette lighter for light, I explored. Just a few feet below us was the water, black and rippling a little as the ship shifted with the movement of the cargo. Up ahead were a couple of cabins I could enter, and a heavy door that I didn't dare open lest I let the air out. I found a jug of water and an iron rod I could use as a crowbar. And I got the lieutenant from under the fallen bunks and gave him some water. It was all I could do.
Thanks, King. But I guess pretty soon you'll have a little more air for yourself.
What do you mean?
I'm dying, I can tell.
Look, it was you who just said while there's life, there's hope.
Just whistling in the dark.
Here goes cargo again. You feel the ship shift?
We're carrying bauxite off Brazil. It slides easily. The slant.
There it is again. The whole ship's vibrating.
My guess is some of the hull plates near the bow have been ripped open. The ore is pouring out of the holes into the sea.
Stop.
We're moving. Listen. It's here.
Air bubbling out.
We're in. We're moving. We're going up. Feel that jerk?
Why? What's happened?
We've lost thousands of tons of ore. Ship's lighter. The trapped air's taking us up.
You think we'll reach the surface?
I don't know. We've got the porthole.
The water seems to be getting lighter.
Listen. If the ship reaches the surface, it may only stay a few seconds, then dive to the bottom. You won't have much time to get out.
You mean we won't? Come on, I'm taking you up to the deck. The sand is on my back. I pulled myself inch by inch up the steeply sloping corridor. I could feel the ship jerking and shuddering as we rose. The sound of water and air bubbling grew louder. I reached a companionway. Suddenly, the ship jerked and plunged, throwing us against a little wall. With a tremendous splash, it came almost level in the water. We were on the surface. I dragged Lieutenant Sanders up the rest of the way and kicked open the door. The ship was still rolling. There was a breeze in my face. I was almost blinded by the sun in my eyes. Lieutenant, we made it. Did you ever expect to see sunshine again?
Make it fast. May go under any second.
I'll make it fast. Here's life raft. I have to get the lashings untied.
Hurry, man! Hurry!
Coming. These lashings are half untied. They were getting earlier. There.
Now let's slide down into the water. That does it. Now we can get off this ship, Lieutenant. Can you? Lieutenant!
In just a moment, we will return for the concluding act of Suspense. The lieutenant lay looking up at the sky, his eyes wide open, but he was dead. I helped myself to the money in his wallet and the passport. He wouldn't leave them where he was going. Then I slid down to the life raft and began paddling away. 10 minutes later, the Port Royal slid under for good. And I was alone on a calm sea with nothing in sight but sky and air. 2 days later, I drifted onto a large island. I burned the life raft and started walking. In a few miles, I found a native village. I was on the island of Great Inagua, some 100 miles northeast of Cuba. I bought passage on a fishing boat to Cuba, and 2 weeks later, I managed to slip into Miami. Without even thinking about it, I headed for New York by bus. When I got there, I phoned Julia. My name is Riker, Charles Riker, and I'd like to speak to Mrs. Wentworth. Mrs. Julia Wentworth, please.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's impossible.
But it's very important. If you'll give her my name, it'll...
Haven't you seen the paper, sir?
The papers.
Yes, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Wentworth were in an automobile accident last night. Both were in critical condition.
Julia hurt?
Yes, sir.
What hospital?
General Hospital, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, but you can't go in that room.
I have to see Mrs. Wentworth. I'm a personal friend.
I'm sorry, no one can see her. Mrs. Wentworth is on the critical list.
Please, just for a minute.
It's really quite
But
impossible.
I've got to see her. Talk to her.
She's been unconscious for hours. Now, I'll have to ask you to leave.
But when she regains consciousness, can I see her then?
Only if you're a member of her immediate family or her attorney. Now, this way, please.
As I left the hospital, I remember that once Julia had said that John Werby was the family lawyer. I had to see her, and he could arrange it. I found his office in the phone book and went there, and an hour later got to see him.
You say your name is King? Lawrence King?
Yes, Mr. Werby. Julia probably never mentioned me to you, but you may know that we were once married.
Oh, yes, I know. In fact, I know your name very well. But I can't get over your being alive. Both you and Sanders were reported dead. Survivors saw the ship go down.
And it came up again. I just soon everybody thought I was dead. Mr. Werby, I have to see Julia. I must see her. If only to let her know that I'm still alive.
I'm very sorry, Mr. King.
Very sorry.
Both Mr. and Mrs. Wentworth are dead.
No.
He died an hour ago. She half an hour.
She was dying while I was in there in the hospital.
I'm afraid so.
Julia dead. Can't believe it.
Believe me, I sympathize fully. Mr. King.
Yes.
The fact that Mrs. Wentworth lived half an hour longer than her husband is very important to you.
I don't see how.
Mr. Wentworth's entire estate went to Mrs. Wentworth. Almost $4 million.
Oh, what does it matter? She's dead.
It matters a great deal. If Mrs. Wentworth had died first, her husband's estate would have gone to charity. Instead, it goes to her. She left a will. In that will, she leaves her estate to you.
To me?
Yes, almost $4 million. Less inheritance taxes, of course.
That's rather funny.
I'm afraid I don't see anything amusing.
Well, aren't you forgetting that I'm dead? I went down in the Port Royal. There were witnesses.
It'll be a simple matter to establish the fact you're still alive.
And once it's established, I'll go to prison as a 4-time loser, which means a life sentence.
Yes, I'd forgotten that.
I can do one of two things. I can walk out of here, disappear, and go on living as Charles Riker and let the police think I'm dead. Or I can claim the estate, become the richest man in Sing Sing. Quite a choice, isn't it?
Yes, a rather difficult choice. Which will it be, Mr. King?
Which will it be? That's a good question, isn't it? A very good question. I've been thinking about it for quite a while, and I still haven't come up with the answer. If it was you, what would your choice be?
Suspense. You've been listening to Dead Man's Story, written for suspense by Robert Arthur. In a moment, the names of our players and the word about next week's story of suspense. Heard in tonight's story were Kevin McCarthy as Larry, Rebecca Sand as Julia, and Sam Gray as Sanders. Also included in the cast were Joseph Boland, Guy Rep, Ruth Tobin, and Richard Kendrick. Listen again next week when we return with Out the Window by William N. Robeson, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. The latest news follows, then Have Gun Will Travel on CBS Radio.
Ironized Yeast presents
Lights Out. Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Obler. Tonight, another in our series of tales of the weird and the unusual. And this one is really unusual. It's about that little god of chance, the one who flips a coin and makes us rich men or beggar men. But before we start, Frank Martin has something to say to you.
I'd like to suggest, friends, that success isn't all a matter of luck or chance. No, success depends largely on you yourself. You can't hope to get ahead if you're miserably thin and tired and nervous. But you needn't necessarily go on feeling that way. If your trouble is vitamin B and iron shortage, then take ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vitamin B and iron. Thus, when you need them, help two ways to build you up. Help two ways to restore strength and pep. Men and women by the thousands who only needed more vitamin B and iron say, thanks to ironized yeast, they've gained new vigor, new weight, and strength, often in a few weeks. That's right, ironized yeast tablets. All druggists have them. And now,
Lights Out. Everybody.
You say the world is planned. I say the world is chance.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main.
Cut it out, Laura. Cut it out. You're rocking the boat.
Steve, this is really fun.
Will you quit doing the Big Apple? This ain't Roxy. This is a canoe.
Isn't it just terrific?
Yeah, there's too much of it.
Dottie Nelson, don't you talk that way. You know mighty well we came out here to get healthy.
All right. So I'll get healthy even if it kills me.
Sure was a funny way to pick out a place to go on a vacation, wasn't it? Eeny, meeny.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Nearly ready, honey?
Darling, it takes time to put on lipstick properly.
Well, I'm sure the natives will love you, Jar.
What natives? Where are we, Charlie?
You mean to sit there making up that utterly provocative lower lip after we arrive at the biggest motel in the only town on 150 miles of desert highway and not know where we are?
Well, I suppose I could find some postcards or envelopes in one of these drawers.
Nah, you just stick with the decorating. I'll fill you in from this folder. Let's see, this is the Beat-Tatican. Beat-Tatican Motel is located on the outskirts of Red Mountain, Arizona.
So that's where we are.
That's where we are. Red Mountain, Arizona is 485 miles east of Los Angeles. What's more, the temperature is now 20 degrees. It's expected to drop to 5 below tonight with snow before morning.
Oh, now, it doesn't say that in the folder.
No, the manager told me that when we registered.
5 below. I've never been where it got that cold.
You California gals, all you've got going for you there is climate. You never have weather.
I'm sorry I failed you so early in our marriage.
Better to know the worst right away. Come on, let's eat.
I'm ready. How do I look?
You look fine to me. But the Indians may think white men go on warpath again.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. White squaw wear heap much war paint.
Funny man. You got the key?
I got it. Let's go.
Ooh, it's cold.
20 degrees and dropping. Hey, be careful. There's ice there.
Oh.
Here, hang on to me.
What's that?
It's a train, that's what it is. Look, over there, across the road.
A train? Out here in the middle of nowhere?
Sure, it's main line from L.A. to Chicago. Runs alongside the highway out here for hundreds of miles.
Look at them eating dinner in that dining car. Oh, I'll bet they're nice and warm.
Want to change places?
Well, they look so safe. I don't want to be safe. I want adventure.
You picked a great place for it. Red Mountain, a hot spot of northern Arizona. Just look at it. There's one main street, 52 motels, 87 gas stations.
And 6 restaurants featuring chill mac and canned soup.
Yeah, the manager shills for the Kachina Doll down toward the center of town.
Watch out for that little truck, Charlie.
I see him. He's far enough away, I think. Oh, that's so-and-so.
What's the matter, dear?
I don't know. He waited till I pulled out in front of him, and then he let me have his bright lights. He nearly blinded me in the rear vision mirror.
Oh, maybe he's signaling he wants to pass.
Let him.
Oh, that's it. He's blowing his horn. There he goes.
He's in an awful hurry.
Oh, look out. He's putting on his brakes.
He nearly piled into him.
He's drunk, that's what.
Or crazy. Well, now he's slowed down to 20. And I'll have to pass him.
He won't let you.
This is. I speed up, he speeds up.
Let him go then, Charlie.
It's a good thing nobody was coming toward us.
Watch out, he's slowing down again.
15.
Suppose he's doing that on purpose.
I don't know. Hey, come on, get going. I'll have to try it again. He won't let me by.
He is doing it on purpose. Well, there's the restaurant, the Kachina Doll.
Where?
Over there. They're on the left.
Well, there's one way of losing our comedian. I'll just peel off to the left and let him have the highway to himself.
He doesn't seem to want the highway, Charlie.
Hmm?
Look up the road. He's turning into that gas station. He's coming back.
I'll let him. Come on, let's eat.
Charlie, you better lock the car.
Why?
Him.
There's nothing for anybody to take.
I'd feel better if you locked it.
Oh, all right.
Look, he's cruising by, looking us over like he was a cop and we did something.
Yeah, maybe he is. It occurred to me when he first swung in front of us.
Well, he isn't in uniform.
Well, there, the car's all locked. Let's go.
Charlie, down the road, he's turning around again. What's the matter with him?
Whatever it is, it's his problem. Let's eat. Where you want to sit?
Good evening, and how are you folks tonight?
Cold. We're not too late for dinner, are we?
Oh, no, we can take care of you. Right this way, please. Well, here's a nice booth for 2.
Good.
Care for a little drink?
Sit down. Bye.
Well,
No, I don't think we do. I'm pretty hungry. Let's just have some food, because we're starved. Let's see the menu.
Okay, coming right up.
Charlie,
What?
the driver of that pickup truck, he just came in.
So? It's a public place.
But he's coming over here.
Let him.
Hey, you.
Don't pay any attention to him.
Hey, you.
Were you speaking to me?
Yeah, that blue 61 Chevy outside, that belong to you?
It does.
Well, I want to talk to you.
What's on your mind?
Outside.
Charlie, don't go.
I said, what's on your mind?
Now, look, Bud, I don't like people cutting in front of me.
You mean when I drove out of the motel?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize you were coming on so fast.
Yeah, well, I could have killed you. I could have run you down and killed you.
Yes, you could. It was stupid of me not to realize the danger I was in.
Yeah, well, I don't like people doing things like that.
I don't blame you. And believe me, it won't happen again.
Yeah, better not. Because the next time, brother, I'll kill you.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, I'll kill you next time.
I'll remember that.
Yeah, you do that. I don't like that kind of jazz.
And I don't blame you.
Yeah, well, I accept your apology, and only you remember the next time.
I remember. Next time, you'll kill me.
Yeah. And don't you forget it.
Believe me, I won't.
He was drunk, Charlie.
At least.
I could smell it all the way across the table.
Well, that's why I agreed with him.
You were wonderful.
I was afraid you'd think I was chicken.
Oh, no.
There's no point arguing when they're that far gone. No wonder he drove the way he did.
I'm proud of you. You left him with no way to go but out.
Did he give you any trouble, sir?
No, not really.
Oh, but he might have. He might have killed us out there on the road.
Oh, Leroy don't mean no harm.
You know him?
Ah, sure. Everybody knows Leroy. He talks rough, but he don't mean no harm. Well, you folks decided?
I'm not very hungry now.
Oh, but you must eat something, hon.
You order for me.
Gracious, I'm afraid I've lost my appetite, too.
Fried pork chops is nice tonight, with flour gravy.
No, I think not. Have you any soup?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Vegetable, tomato, green pea.
In cans?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes.
Good. I'd prefer it that way.
You do?
Yes. If then the cook can't get at it.
Huh?
We'll have vegetable soup.
Well, okay. 2 vegetable soup. And what else?
That's all.
Yes, ma'am. And listen, don't let Leroy upset you. He's just a big kid, that's all.
Oh, who put that on?
Another folk song.
Charlie.
Hmm?
Are you sure you locked the car?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Maybe you better go look.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he's done something. Oh, broken a window, slid a tire, I don't know.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. Okay, I'll go look.
But be careful. Okay?
Yeah, everything's okay.
I've been thinking, hon. I think we ought to report him to the police.
Maybe.
We could have been killed, you know. If anybody had been coming the other way, when he wouldn't let us past him, we'd have been killed.
I know.
If he tried the same thing on somebody else and they were hurt, or worse, I'd never forgive myself.
Well, here we are, folks. 2 vegetable soup. There. Say, are you sure you don't want to try the fried pork chops?
Quite sure, thank you.
Yes. Can you call the police for me?
The police? What for?
I ask you now, can you call them for me?
Now, look, if it's on account of Leroy, well, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
Oh, you're not me, are you?
No. Well, I'll call him if you say so, but, you know, I'm kind of glad I'm not you.
What kind of a crack is that?
Leroy. Huh. You don't bother me.
Yes, officer, I wrote down the license number, 880.
008.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right, officer. It was an International Harvester pickup. Oh, painted red and shiny.
That's Leroy, all right.
That's his horn.
No, lady, that ain't Leroy. That's the Orange Empire Express. Goes through here every night at 9:42.
Oh. Well, anyway, this Leroy was drunk.
More than likely.
He's driving in a fog.
And you want me to arrest him?
Don't you think you should before he causes an accident or hurts or kills somebody?
Oh, that ain't likely.
Well, how do you know?
I know Leroy.
Look, I know my rights. I hope you know your duty. I want you to swear out a warrant for the arrest of this Leroy. I want you to go out and pick him up and put him in jail till he sobers up.
Oh, Leroy's the same, drunk or sober. Makes no difference.
Then maybe he should go to another kind of institution.
You sure you want to make a formal complaint?
What's going on here? Is this Leroy the son of the mayor or the nephew of the governor or something? What kind of a conspiracy is this? Your boy Leroy could have killed me and my wife, and yes, I do want to make a formal complaint. That's what I thought I was doing.
Look at it this way. You're just passing through town. Chances are you won't be back this way for months, years, maybe never. But me, I gotta live here with Leroy and all the other Leroys in town. We get quite a few of them. They're just big kids. They don't really mean no harm, but they get restless. There ain't enough to do in this burg, only one movie show. The TV don't come through good. That leaves the bars.
So they get their kicks on 66, scaring the pants off of tourists as they pass through.
Sounds kind of silly when you put it that way, but that's about the size of it. Tell you what I'll do. I'll have a talk with Leroy next time I see him.
Well, I want you to put him behind bars now. Tonight, before he kills someone.
Gee, mister, I sure would like to oblige you, but I wouldn't know where to begin looking for him at this hour of night. With the weather kicking up a blizzard, why, I just wouldn't know where to begin. That's a fact.
I don't mean to invade your privacy, hon, but haven't you already filed the nails on that hand?
Huh? Oh, yes. Charlie, I'm so nervous I don't know what I'm doing. And I keep hearing noises outside.
Your imagination's playing tricks.
I suppose so. But just a minute ago, I thought I heard them again. Oh, Charlie, I know it's silly, but would you please check the car again for me?
Oh, come on, Flo.
Please. And then I promise I'll get ready for bed.
All right. Flo.
What is it?
Somebody let the air out of the back tire.
Leroy.
Come on, answer the phone.
Hurry, Charlie, hurry.
Well, they don't answer. No wonder.
What?
That's this card here. It says, the motel switchboard is closed after 10 p.m.
Oh, but we've got to get air in those tires.
We couldn't wait till morning.
No, Charlie. I will not stay in this place a minute longer with that crazy man out there beeping his horn at us and I don't know what all. Next thing, he'll murder us in our beds.
Well, I can't get anybody to answer the phone.
Well, we'll just have to wake up the manager.
I'm going to like it.
I couldn't care less.
There's nothing I can do for you, Mac. I'm all alone here.
Can't you come out and...
Call up in the morning. Somebody will take care of you then.
Same thing?
Same thing.
I could have told you. Nobody's coming out in this weather to fix a tire.
How do you get the police?
Well, they ain't coming out either.
Number, please.
Operator, will you give me the police?
Look, you folks are keeping me up.
I'm sorry. This'll only take a minute.
Red Mountain Police?
Listen, did you pick up Leroy?
Oh, you.
Yeah, it's me. You got Leroy in jail?
No, I ain't run into him.
didn't think so. Well, he's just let the air out of my tires.
Sure it was him. See him do it?
Of course I didn't see him do it. But my rear tires are flat, and what's more, I can't get anybody to come out here and pump them up for me.
Sorry, that ain't a police matter. You can get somebody in the morning, no doubt.
Well, I don't want to wait till morning. I don't want to spend another minute in your crummy town. I want to get out of here right now.
Then you're going to have to pump up your tires your own self.
It's a good idea. I just might do that.
That's about all I could suggest, and don't you fret. I'll speak to Leroy as soon as I see him.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Come on, Flo. Let's get out of here.
Just a minute. You owe me for those phone calls.
Yeah, here. Keep the change. Buy a trip to the moon.
How's it going, honey?
The last one's nearly out. Is the car packed?
Everything's ready to go. Oh, listen. That's him. That's his horn. Hurry, Charlie.
No. Don't let's panic, Flo. What can he do?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, what's he done, really?
Charlie, just don't try to reason with me. Get that tire pumped up and take me away from here. Oh, please. Please, Charlie, please. Please.
What's the idea of parking out front of the police station blowing that horn? You're giving this town a bad name, scaring them tourists. They wanted me to arrest you.
Oh, you wouldn't do that to no friend.
I didn't want to, but then you had to go and let the air out of their tires.
You know, I do the darndest thing sometimes.
No, you're going home. I'll lock you up for being ornery.
You better do that, Pete, because I never make it. You know, I can't see to drive home.
All right, climb out then. I'll give you a cell to sleep it off in.
Yeah.
Knock off that horn.
Oh, but it sounds so pretty. Pete, you know, you're a real pal. Just a real pal. Putting up a pal for the night in the jailhouse.
See that sign, hon?
City limits Red Mountain. Come back soon. Sure we will. Oh, Charlie, I never was so glad to get out of any place in my whole life.
No, I didn't exactly enjoy it too much myself.
Oh, radio, huh?
It's funny how a little thing like that can work on you. You grow and grow till you're on the edge of panic, you know?
Oh, those snowflakes are so big. They come straight at you. Well, what a duck, because they seem to be coming through the windshield.
The best driving conditions, I can tell you that. Can't do much better than 20.
Oh, I don't care if you have to crawl. We're getting further away from that dreadful town every minute.
No, that's all I need.
What?
Some idiot behind me with his high beam on. Only one headlight. It's murder.
Charlie, you don't suppose... Charlie, it's Leroy.
He's overtaken us fast.
You can't let him pass. You can't let him box us out here in this blizzard.
I can't drive much faster.
You've got to, Charlie. Charlie, you've got to.
But I can't see. The snow's just a white wall.
Faster, Charlie. Charlie, he's gaining on us.
Yeah, but that one headlight's in the mirror. It's blinding me, Flo.
He's gaining on us, Charlie. Faster. Faster.
Flo, I can't see. I can't see a thing.
Vatican Motel.
This is Pete over at the police station.
You woke me up.
I'm sorry, Sam. That tourist that was beaten by Leroy, he's still there?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I was trying to get some sleep.
Yeah, well, if you see him, tell him I picked up Leroy. Tell him Leroy's sleeping it off in the jail.
Suspense. You've been listening to Snow on 66, written especially for Suspense by William N. Robeson, and starring Grayson Hall and Jimmy Blaine.
Have a nice trip. Don't forget your phone.
Planning your vacation or a weekend trip? Well, long distance can be a big help. You decide where you want to go, then just pick up your phone and call ahead for reservations. Make sure of a good place to stay. And while you're away, it's so easy to keep in touch with home by telephone. Well, have a good trip, and don't forget the phone. Suspense is produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Heard in tonight's story were Gwen Davis, James Dimitri, Bill Mason, and Sam Raskin. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Listen again next week when we return with The Next Murder, written by Joseph Corcoran. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In the recent nationwide popularity poll among 1,091 radio editors conducted by Radio Daily, the award for the most popular commercial radio program went to Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and all of us are very proud of this honor, and we particularly like that word, commercial. Because during the many years Fibber McGee and Molly have been on the air, we've done our best to play fair with the radio audience in our advertising. We've tried to make no extravagant claims, limiting our statements to provable facts, which the users of Johnson's Wax products could easily demonstrate to themselves. We're proud and happy that both the entertainment we offer and the product we sell have received such warm approval in your homes. When Mrs. Molly Driscoll McGee of 79 Wistful Vista gives a card party, it's not one of your catch-as-catch-can, throw-your-coat-in-the-corner and deal affairs. It's a matter of flowers on the mantel, candy on the table, and shoes on the husband. And here, getting ready for the occasion, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, my goodness, McGee, I haven't given a party for so long I'm as nervous as a cow in the deer hunting season.
Calm down now, baby. Calm down. Everything's under control, I think. In a thing like this, there's only one thing you got to worry about.
What's that?
If it's table stakes and you're running low, buy your new stack before the deal. Because when you got plenty of
What
chips...
are you talking about? We're not using chips.
What do you mean we're not using chips? How can you play poker without chips? If you use matches and 4 people at the table are smoking, you always end up...
Yeah, but we're not playing poker. We're playing bridge.
You're kidding, aren't you?
I am not. If I wanted a poker party, I'd rent the back room of Joe's Tavern.
Oh.
This is a bridge party for ladies and gentlemen, of whom, fortunately, we know just about enough for 2 tables.
Oh, but bridge. My gosh, what a dull game. I don't even believe I even remember enough about it to play it either.
Well, it's quite simple, dearie.
Huh?
All you do is wait till your partner says 2 clubs,
Uh-huh.
and then you say 7 no trump,
Mm-hmm.
and 2 days later they find your body floating down the river. And do you know who's coming?
Who?
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler herself.
No, you mean...
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler, society editor of the Wistful Vista Gazette.
Well, my word.
And believe me, dear lad, getting Cordelia to come to your party is like getting the royal family to high tea at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, gee, that's great, but I still think poker'd be a much better game.
Oh, I wonder who that is. It's a little early for the guests to arrive. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you, my dear. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I understand you're one of the unfortunate victims selected for our little slaughter tonight. Better bring your checkbook and a fright wig.
Please don't worry about me, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Here, Mrs. McGee, is the sandwich tray you wanted to borrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Millicent. You know, himself here wanted to play poker tonight instead of bridge. But what with the society editor of the Gazette...
What? Cordelia Blakewell Butler? Oh, my dear, I congratulate you. She almost never attends social functions except in the most exclusive circles.
Well, I'll spike her root beer and she can run around in one of her own. Hey, I'll cut the deck with you, high man, for 50 cents.
Oh, very well, Mr. McGee. Oh, and my dear, if there's anything more I can do to help out with your party, I'll be only too happy to... King of Hearts, Mr. McGee, to assist.
Dad rat at 4 diamonds. I owe you 50 cents. Let's do it again.
Thank you, Millicent, but I think everything is under control now.
If Marie, my upstairs maid, can help you with serving, Queen of Spades, Mr. McGee, I'm sure she'll be glad to come over.
Gone at the 5 of clubs. I owe you a buck. Cut 'em again, kiddo.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Carstairs, but I don't think my guests will be spending much time upstairs.
Oh, well, with Marie, you can't tell, my dear. Since we've had her, my husband even runs upstairs to check the furnace. Ace of diamonds, Mr. McGee.
Well, I'll be a 6 of hearts, and I owe you a buck and a half. Once more. Double or nothing, Millie.
Now, don't hesitate to call me if I can do anything, my dear. And please tell Miss Butler that I spell my name with an S. Carstairs. Tray of spades, Mr. McGee.
Now I got you. No, I haven't either. Deuce of diamonds. You gotta go, Carsty.
Yes, I have a hair appointment. Good day, my dear.
And thank you for the sandwich tray, Millicent.
Here's your $3, Lucky.
Lucky, Mr. McGee? I think you will find all your opponents have the same sort of luck. Until you learn to shuffle the deck so that the cards can't be read like 24-sheet posters. Good day.
Why, that old sharpshooter. She took advantage of my clumsiness. That's what she took advantage of my. Well,
stop pouting, Pigeon. You brought it on yourself.
Gee whiz.
Well, now, let me see. I think maybe another bowl of peanuts on the side table there and a couple of more ashtrays on the...
Come in.
Hello there, kids.
Hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Happened to be in the drugstore, daughter, and Kramer says you'd ordered some ice cream, and I told him I'd skip over here with it. Here you are, both kinds.
We only ordered one kind, old-timer.
Well, keep the kind you want, kids. I'll take the other one back.
What 2 kinds did Mr. Kramer send?
Tutti and fruity.
Huh?
If you want the fruity, I'll return the tutti, or if you want the tutti, I'll take back the fruity.
Never. We'll keep both of them. Hey, tell me something.
Certainly, Johnny. Tell you anything you want to know, except are there more monkeys' uncles than there are monkeys? That's one of the great mysteries.
No. You know, I think what he really wants to know, Mr. Oldtimer, is just what is your real name?
Yeah. Old-timer is not only pretty corny, it's clumsy.
Well, kids, I kind of hoped it would never come to this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you just call me number 28 or Danny K or Hey You or something?
Why, you ashamed of your name?
Well, no, not exactly, daughter, but just never seemed to fit me somehow.
Oh.
Confidentially, my name is Rupert.
Rupert? My God.
Rupert?
Yep. Rupert Blasingame.
Oh.
And I'll give you $5 apiece to forget it.
You don't have to do that, Rupe. As a matter of fact, I kind of like it.
Very aristocratic, Mr. Blasingame.
Personally, kids, I like what they called me in the CBs better.
What was that, if it's fit for my wife's ears?
Oh, yes. In the CBs, I was known as serial number 748567982-J. A little hard to use in a conversation, but it's... Hey, what time is it?
Oh, it's about 1:30.
Gee willikers, I gotta get going, kids. I gotta be at the tattoo parlor in 10 minutes.
You mean you're getting tattooed?
Nope, getting untattooed, daughter. some of my artwork has got to be toned down a little for a civilian life. There's a hula dancer on my left shoulder that don't know it yet, but by tomorrow morning she's going to be a pilgrim father.
Willie Nelson, the orchestra, and aren't you glad you're you?
Molly, I don't know why you had to ask the society editor of the Gazette over here tonight. That's for...
Well, now, dearie, it won't hurt any of us to use our manners for one evening.
Oh, well, shucks.
Personally, I'm rather going to enjoy a party here that doesn't wind up with people squirting seltzer water at each other. See, McGee did... Oh, dear, and I haven't even had time to dress yet. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Aren't you a little early? Party isn't for 2 hours yet.
I know, but I thought you might need some extra score pads, Molly. Hi, Doc. Hi, Herbert. Happen to have some lying around, thought I'd bring them over.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Everything going smoothly, Molly?
Yes, I think everything's under control, Doctor.
Hi, Doc. Hi.
Did I, Doctor, did I tell you that Cordelia Blakewell Butler is coming?
Great Scott, you mean the society editor of the Gazette?
Yes. You know her personally, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Though professionally it'd be a more accurate term, as I first met her due to a rather painful injury. What'd she do, Capsule Happy? Get run down by a typewriter carriage? Well, it's a matter of public record, so I guess I can tell you.
Hi, Doc.
On one of the rare occasions... Hi. On one of the rare occasions... One of the rare occasions when she went out socially, coming home late at night, she got her heel caught in a streetcar track.
Oh, how terrible. Was she badly hurt?
Oh, not a bit. But I had to treat him for a torn ligament. He tried to get her to pay my bill. Who tried to get her to... The chap that was with her. The heel that caught in the car track.
But what does Miss Butler look like, Doctor?
Well, I'd say she was about 5'4", brown hair, with incipient alopecia areata due to a childhood attack of typhoid, blue eyes, inclined to acute myopia, an almost undetectable congenital malformation of the phalanges, third digit of the dexter-pedal extremity, an unobtrusive papilloma on the left inferior maxillary, and a bit underweight, due, I think, to hypothyroidism. Really a very attractive woman. Yeah. She sounds like a powers model who's lost most of her powers. McGee, I was merely being accurate. Beauty, to me, is a matter of circulation, muscle tone, and a willingness to pay my fee at the end of the month.
Well, I'd still like to know more about Miss Butler, Doctor. Is she very ritzy?
Do I have to take off my cloak and spread it on the floor so she can cross a spilled drink? If you'd get something in the house besides root beer, Blue Nose, people wouldn't spill their drinks, they'd drink them. See you shortly.
Heavenly days, I hope nobody ever asks Dr. Gamble what I look like.
If they do, just tell him what he looks like. That'd be about as dirty a revenge as you could get.
Well, now, this isn't getting ready for the party, McGee. And I want everything to go perfectly tonight. I want my friends to know I can host something larger than a chili con carne fracas after a 40-cent movie.
You'll do okay, Snooky. You'll do okay. When this jamboree hits the society page, Eli Culbertson is going to wonder why we're snubbing him.
Well, I do hope everything...
Hello, folks. Well, here's the card table you wanted to borrow, Molly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, much obliged, Junior. It's going to be a shame to win your paycheck away from you on your own card table.
Well, that's life, pal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, could you spare a man a glass of water?
All right, do better than that, Junie. Come on out in the kitchen. Give you a little sample of what we're going to give the guests tonight.
Yeah?
I picked up a case of genuine pre-war root beer.
No.
The kind with sugar in it.
What?
Cost me $3.25. Want a wee Doc and Doris?
You keep Doc, just give me a little Doris. Remember, I've got to drive home.
Well, here's the opener, McGee.
Thanks.
Oh, I'll hate that sound till we can get a new set of tires.
Drink hearty, Junior.
Righto. Ah, say, that's the real stuff, Mac.
You betcha.
I don't believe I ever... Hey, watch it. You're spilling root beer on the floor.
Oh, take it easy, Junior. My gosh, I got glow coat on this linoleum. You know that. Don't you know by this time that glow coat puts a tough film over the linoleum that protects it against dirt and spilled stuff? My gosh, don't you read?
Yes, but gee,
Ah, my goodness, Mr. Wilcox. That's nothing to worry about. I just glow coated that floor this morning for the party. Just poured some glow coat on it and spread it around.
Yes, but what that got to do with...
It's about time that you learned that a linoleum floor never has a party hangover the morning after, if it's been glow coated the morning before.
Certainly.
Well,
what?
Well, gee, I hope we have this much fun tonight. See you later, folks.
Hey, what happened there, anyhow? I'm so used to that guy spouting about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Oh, well, that's one time we didn't have to listen to him popping off about it anyhow.
Yeah, you certainly showed him.
Sure did.
Well, come on in the living room now, dearie, and help me.
Come in.
Hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Ella Trivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee. Here are the extra ashtrays you wanted to borrow for your card party, Molly.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, much obliged, Latriv. You know who's going to be here tonight? Now, toss your hair back so you'll have room to raise your eyebrows.
Cordelia Blakewell Butler, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's splendid. It'll be nice to see her again.
Oh, you acquainted personal with this butler beetle, Latriv?
Well, I have met her, McGee. Rather a charming person, really.
Oh.
She went to college with my sister. Got her bachelor's degree the same year.
Her what, Mr. Mayor?
Her bachelor's degree.
Gee, that's tough, Latriv. What if she changes her mind and wants to get married?
What's that got to do with it? She can still get married.
With a bachelor's degree?
Take it easy there now, Latrivia. As a college man yourself, you know you can't practice law with a medical degree.
Of course not, but a bachelor's degree
And if
isn't
your
it?
college makes you a bachelor, that's legal, isn't it?
Naturally, it's legal, but you don't see...
So, if you're legally a bachelor and then you get married, that's illegal, isn't it?
No, it is not. The legality of the matter is not...
Now, just a darn minute there, Latrivia. By George, I'm pretty liberal in my views. But when a city official advocates tearing down our school system...
I advocated no such thing, McGee. And you know it. The mere fact that the person gets a bachelor's degree does not prevent him or her from getting married.
But if they do get married, they have to tear up their bachelor's degree, don't they?
No, they do not. Oh. My sister is married and has 3 children, and her bachelor's degree hangs on the wall of her library.
Oh, those poor kids.
Well, this is the most shameful thing I ever heard, Your Honor.
Oh, for goodness sake, look. What I'm trying to say is that a bachelor's degree is a purely honorary
What's so
degree.
honorary about promising to be a bachelor and then turning around and getting married?
That has nothing to do with it. When you get a degree as a bachelor, you're not required to maintain anything. It's merely that everybody, the scholastics, McGee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go fishing one of these days.
Why, he'd just love to, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't you, dearie?
Why, you betcha, Latrivia. Hey, what gave you the idea all of a sudden?
Well, it just occurred to me that after all the years that you've been baiting me, we ought to do something about it. Now, if I may have my hat.
No, Mr. Mayor, not in
No, that's the whole time. No.
Gotta straighten out that Latrivia one of these days.
The King's Men sing Tampico.
Aye, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go. Tampico, Tampico, where banana boats all go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. The senoritas they wave when you arrive at the docks. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. Aye, Tampico, Tampico, where the balmy breezes blow. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. To Mexico, to Mexico, to Mexico, Mexico, you go to buy a beautiful show. A souvenir for Aunt Flo, authentic Mexican art, made in Idaho. Aye, Tampico, Tampico, where the tourists go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. You think you learn to do the samba and the rumba, so you engage a senorita in a hurry. You find she's got to put the telephone number and learn to dance by mail from Monteverdi. Ow! Tampico, Tampico, where the great big bull they grow. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. As the sunset fades to a purple glow, we bid farewell to Tampico. We'll steal away and leave her stay there on the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, they ought to be coming any minute now, dearie. How does the house look?
Beautiful, Molly. Fine. Everything is so slicked up, I've been putting my cigar ashes in my pocket. You've got this place.
How's my hair?
Oh, wonderful. The way you think.
Have I forgotten anything?
No, I don't believe you have.
You think there are enough peanuts?
Oh, there's too many peanuts. Make them too thirsty. I only got one case of root beer, and if we... Well, here they come, Molly. Good luck with it, baby.
Thank you, dearie. Come in.
Oh, hi, Wimp. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. I've been looking forward to this evening. I haven't been to a party for so long. I hope you don't mind if I just let myself go tonight.
You just don't mind, Mr. Wimple. Have fun.
You really get raucous, do you, Wimp?
Oh, I'm a caution when I get started, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
You should hear me recite, "The curtain shall not ring tonight with a lampshade on my head."
It sounds really riotous, Mr. Wimple. Maybe it's a good thing your wife couldn't come tonight and cramp your style.
It's a wonder she let you out of her sight this long, Wimp.
Oh, I just sneaked out, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
She was sleeping off the effects of a cup of coffee when I left.
Coffee? I thought coffee was supposed to keep you awake.
Not if you put in it what I put in it, Mrs. McGee. She'll be lucky if she wakes up in time for Valentine's Day.
Hey, now that's pretty dangerous, Wimp, to open a person's coffee.
That's what I kept telling myself, Mr. McGee. But every time I said it, I dumped in another teaspoonful. I'm getting so I don't believe a word I say.
But, was she all right when you left?
Oh, yes. She was breathing very naturally, which for her means snoring like a water buffalo. Ooh, peanuts. May I have some?
Why, sure, Wimp. They're right over there.
All right, in. Sit down, Mr. Wimple. Everybody will be here in a few minutes. Come in.
Here you go.
Come on, break out the baseboards, Rothstein. I brought a sun lamp with me in case I lose my shirt.
Hey, the house looks swell, Molly. Way that furniture shines.
Please, Mr. Wilcox, no shop talk.
Oh, sorry.
Well, is everybody here? Because I'm already... Oh, peanuts. Lay off, Campbell. I saw them first.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. This must be Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
Don't look so scared, Tootsie. She ain't going to bite you. Come in.
Mrs. McGee, I am Cordelia Butler.
Oh? Well, do come in, Miss Butler. It was so nice of you to come.
It was nice of you to ask me, Mrs. McGee.
Yes. This is my husband, Miss Butler.
How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hiya, Cordelia. Hey, you're pretty good looking. From what Doc Gamble says, I was expecting a broken down old lady.
I'm so glad Dr. Gamble is here. One of my dearest friends, you know.
Oh, he's one of the dearest friends anybody ever had, Party. His bill's at the end of the year.
Please now, McGee. Miss Butler, I'd like to have you meet the rest of our friends. Mrs. Carstairs, this is Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
4 diamonds.
Double.
3 double.
Pass the peanuts, greedy.
Well, that's our game, Mr. Mayor.
I've been doing very well tonight, Molly. I haven't seen so many spades since the WPA finished the airport.
Hey, how about some refreshments, Molly? I could eat the horns off a Gandy's goat.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. It's only a little after 9. Could I get you anything, Miss Butler?
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I would like a glass of water, Mrs. McGee.
Why, sure, Cordelia. You're a cinch. We get it piped right into the house here.
Oh, I'll come with you, Mr. McGee. I'm dummy anyway.
Frankly, Cordelia, isn't this about the dullest evening you ever spent in your life?
Oh, on the contrary, Mr. McGee, I'm enjoying myself very much. Although oh, thank you.
Although you what?
Well, one of the reasons I accepted your wife's very kind invitation is that I heard you were quite a poker player. And, being very fond of poker myself...
Wait a minute. What was that again?
I said, being very fond of poker...
Well, my gosh, why didn't you say so? We wasted a whole hour. Come on, sis. You just talked yourself into popularity. Attention, everybody. Cordelia wants to play poker. Throw them big scores out the window and break out the chips. Come on, guys. Come on, get
No, really, I didn't intend...
That's all right, dearie. Now, it was my mistake.
Move those tables together, boys, and take off. What'll it be, dealer's choice?
Yes, and you deal the first hand, Cordelia.
Oh, wonderful. Get your chips on the line and feed that hungry kitty.
That dog, here.
Here we go with Step in the Ocean.
Oh, boy, that's for me.
Film around and bet 'em like you see it.
That's it.
Sky's the limit, and here's where all friendship meets.
It's been said that the best way to judge a product is by its popularity. Well, now, I'm a mere male when it comes to shopping, but that sounds like good common sense to me. That's one reason why I have such confidence in telling you about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Did you know that more women use this famous wax floor polish than any other polish in the world? The reason for such popularity is simple, of course. When you protect your linoleum with glow coat, you accomplish 2 things. You preserve its original attractive colors and beautiful pattern, and you make it last a much longer time. And of course, you save yourself lots of work all year round because glow coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Takes practically no work from you. Simply apply and let dry. That's the glow coat story. Why don't you take a tip from the millions of pleased users and get some Johnson's self-polishing glow coat tomorrow?
Well, dearie, I guess our party was a success after all.
I'll say, look at this picture in the paper. And listen to this. It says, Mrs. McGee, one of the town's smarter hostesses, entertained with a card party last night. In sharp contrast to the usual sticky bridge affair, the McGee party was one your editor will long remember, to the tune of $16.
What else does she say?
Oh, a lot. Here, read it. There was only one little thing I thought she'd never say last night.
What was that?
Good night.
Oh, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You guys, this is all Kyle's mom's fault. Shut up, Cartman. Kyle's mom is the one that started that damn club, and all because she's a big, fat, stupid bitch. Don't say it, Cartman. Well, don't do it, Cartman. Well, I'm warning you. Okay. I'm getting pretty sick of him calling my mom. Well, I'm a bitch, she's a big fat bitch, she's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a two-faced bitch, she's everyone's a bitch, she's a bitch to all the boys and girls. Shut your fucking mouth, Carmen! On Monday she's a bitch, on Tuesday she's a bitch, and Wednesday to Saturday she's a bitch. Day on Sunday, just every different Sunday through for King Kong, May on May up PH. Come on, you all know the words. Have you ever met my big cause mom? She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a mean old bitch, and she has stupid hair. She's a bitch, 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 bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. She's a stupid bitch. I'm not the bitch, and she's a dirty bitch. Talk to kids around the world, it might go a little bit something like this. What? Fuck.
And now, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
When desperate men seek to overthrow a government, when a dictator is fighting to retain his power, death is the penalty for all the losers. Now, Revolution, written by Peter Fernandez.
Can you see him yet, Bob?
With all this crowd. There's a line of motorcycles right behind the van. That should mean he's almost here.
Oh, then get the camera ready.
Yeah, okay.
Pardon, senor. No pictures are to be taken.
What do you mean?
No pictures of the dictator are to be taken from this spot.
That's ridiculous.
No pictures, no pictures. You understand?
Hey, where'd he go?
He just disappeared into the car.
Fine thing. We hold this spot for 2 hours just to see a real old-style dictator in the flesh. Some wise guy says no pictures.
Is he coming yet?
Let me see. There's a big open car. Yeah? He's standing up in back, waving at everybody. There he is. There he is.
Oh, he's just the way he looks in the newsroom. Oh, Bob, he's got to get just one picture, and nobody will ever believe we really saw him. Hurry, Bob.
Here goes. Holy mackerel, someone just shot at me. Get on my arm, let's get out of here.
Just a sec. Yes?
Good afternoon.
You. The man who told us we couldn't take the picture.
Where is your husband? Never mind, I can hear him in the shower.
What do you want?
You do not believe in obeying orders, Mrs. Shelburne?
Orders? Well, of course I do.
But your husband went ahead and took a picture anyway. Where is the camera?
Who are you?
I will find it myself.
Well, now, just a minute. You can't go through our things. Bob!
Keep quiet.
Come out here.
I'm warning you.
Well, put your robe on.
I told you to be still.
Let go of my arm. I'll call the police.
Okay, honey, what did you... Hey, what are you doing here? Let go of my wife.
Very well, senor. Now, please give me your camera.
Now, listen here,
You
man.
listen.
A gun.
I said I want the camera. Now.
Sure. I'll get it.
No, I will get it. Where is it?
Hanging on a hook in the closet.
Huh? Yes. Thank you. Is the film still in here?
Sure, but...
Good. Now, let me give you a little advice, my dear Americanos. You better get out of this country as soon as possible.
Hey, just a minute. That's a valuable camera.
Is it? Then I'm sorry. But in the future, when someone tells you not to take pictures, do as you are told.
That camera's worth over $200. He can't get away with a thing like that. As soon as I get dressed, we're going to the police.
Yes, senora. How can we help you?
We want to report that our camera was stolen.
Well, I am sorry we cannot help, but you see, our entire force is working on the attempted assassination of El Supremo.
Attempted assassination? Then he wasn't killed.
Fortunately, no. Could you come back and file the necessary report tomorrow?
No, that'd be impossible. See, we're just here on our honeymoon. We're flying back to the States first thing in the morning.
Oh. Very well. You will have to see the Capitan, though he's busy enough. One moment, please.
Sure.
This is Garcia. I have some Americano touristas here who have a robbery to report. I know, Capitan, but they are very insistent. See? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The Capitan is very busy, but he will take the time to see you. Please, go through those double doors over there, and down the corridor. His office is the last one on the right.
Thanks. Come on, Liz. Here we are. Hey, you go in first, honey.
Come in. Come in, my friends.
Go ahead, honey. Oh, so you were the police.
That's right. The police is me. Now, please, close the door after you.
Sure.
I'm very glad that you came here. Both of you.
Glad? Then you were going to return our camera after all?
Where is the film you exposed to the parade this afternoon?
You've already got that. It was in the camera when you grabbed it.
You are lying, Mr. Shelburne. The film was developed. Very nice pictures of you and your wife in front of some of our landmarks. But of the parade, of El Supremo, those near it, of the would-be assassins, nothing.
I don't understand.
I do. Clearly, you are trying to conceal the identity of the would-be assassins.
It's ridiculous.
For assassins, or those who protect them, there is only one penalty.
Look, we're not assassins. We're not anything. We're not even interested in your darn revolution. Look, we're on a honeymoon, that's all. Tomorrow morning, we're going home, and I go back to work at the office.
Tomorrow morning, senor, unless you give me the right film, you will be taken outside of the city and shot. El Soto and Rivera report to me immediately. However, my friends, you can walk out in freedom if you give me the photograph I want.
But if it wasn't in the camera, then it just doesn't exist.
Both I and one of my men saw you take the picture. Sergeant Rivera.
Yes, Capitan.
You will take one other man with you, a man we can trust. You will remove everything from the Shelburne's hotel room.
Hey, you...
Then, Sergeant Rivera, you will go to the desk and remove their registration cards and any evidence of charges for room service. In short, you will make certain that there is no proof of the Shelburnes ever having stayed at the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Go and do it immediately.
Yes, sir. Immediately, Capitan.
We can't let them do that.
Well, how we can stop them?
And, you, Lieutenant Soto?
Yes, Capitan.
Lieutenant Soto, these people behave as enemies of El Supremo. If they give you any trouble, shoot them for resistance.
Yes, sir.
Now, take them away.
We'll talk to some of the other prisoners. We'll get word out to the American consulate somehow. You can't keep us quiet.
There will be no others to tell. No one is allowed near these cells. The Capitan told you.
It doesn't make sense. Why would they want to kill us just for a photograph?
Could it be that they're afraid of the picture?
Afraid? Why would they be... Liz, that's it. They could have been in on the plot to kill a dictator.
That could be the reason, couldn't it?
I'll bet it is, sure. Why, they must be the would-be assassins. We could just get word to somebody. Anybody. Let them know we're in here.
Oh, we could give the captain the photograph he wants.
You don't believe we gave it to him?
Well, if we did, why hasn't he got it?
I don't know it. Unless...
What?
Oh, my God.
What is it, Bob?
I know what happened. Oh, Liz, and all that excitement. I forgot to take the cover off the lens.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Liz, there is no photograph. We couldn't prove that the captain and his friends are the would-be assassins even if we wanted to.
Oh, we'll never be able to convince them that they're safe from us.
I know.
But if their revolution is successful, we've got a chance that they'll release us.
And if their revolution fails, they'll never accept the fact that there's no photograph, that we're not dangerous to them.
Put your arms around me.
Sure, honey. Sure. That better?
I'm afraid.
There's no reason to be, honey. We'll get out of here.
You can't fool me, darling. You're scared, too?
Yes.